Hello, all of you wonderful beings out there, and welcome to the stream. I am Raw Zim, and this is Piercing the Veil Scar, Season 1, Episode 5, Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate. I hope I said that right. But, oh cool. This is our Star Wars campaign being run with our custom Scar system, or Stories and Creatures in Alternate Realities. This system is available for open playtest on our Discord as well as on itch.io, so go take a look at it and let us know what you think. For now, though, we will begin, as usual for this campaign, with the recap.
Piercing the Veil, Episode 5, Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate. Ambush. Having discovered they were being followed by a pair of Imperial stormtroopers, most of the crew of the Omen Runner laid a clever ambush using the structure and furniture of the Second Temple to get an advantageous first volley. Meanwhile, Fervis and Sen were undertaking the trial of the Temple. Through passion, they would gain strength or suffer the consequences. Though painful to the extreme, they were able to make it to the end of the hallway and its many awful features and retrieve the holocron. Meanwhile, the fight at the entrance was progressing evenly but not easily. The crew eventually manages to pull through, though not before several of their members had received wounds that will require some form of medical attention. Greaves, the simple gnomish merchant, has offered the crew some assistance for the right price, believing that the scales of evil and good are quite unbalanced towards evil at the moment.
Alright. And yeah, now we'll go ahead and move into introductions, starting with Taldarius.
Hello, I am Taldarius, and I will be the storyteller for Piercing the Veil Scar. Let's go ahead and start off player introductions with Amy.
Hello, I am FoxFiend, and I'm playing the character Amy, a Wind Astral Amaran. Go and pass it to Fervis.
Hello everybody, I am Raw Zim, and I am playing as Fervis, the mythic astral type Lothwolf. And he is also accompanied by his electric metal type R4 F3 astromech companion, also known as ARF. Off to Krill.
Hello, I am Merl, and I am playing Krill, the basic type Salonian, who is very hurt right now. Off to the Regis.
Hello, I am Garou, and I am playing Regis, the psionic shadow human. Now off to Ron.
Hello all, it's William Kirkus Whippet. I'm playing Ron Larea, the basic typed both an astromech mechanic. Back to you, Tal.
All right. Well, as mentioned, we left off last session with you guys having successfully defeated the stormtroopers. One of those stormtroopers has already been killed by Barnaby as a part of a ritual. However, the other one is still, as of yet, currently alive.
I do not plan for that to persist as the situation.
All right. I will say, because Barnaby will be unfortunately missing, I'm just going to rule that Barnaby is probably undergoing some sort of ritual exhaustion or something from the vitality transfer.
All right.
Sounds like a plan. And Krill is also on the let's kill the stormtrooper side of the argument.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Kill it, toss the bodies off the ledge, make it look like local wildlife got to them after they tragically fell off their their rope harness thing.
Yep. No, they had the wildlife got to them after they had a freak blaster accident, destroying all of their armor and shooting holes through each other.
Yeah.
the slight weapons malfunction.
How
Fa-
about
fa-
we
sight-
don't do that? I've got another idea.
Do you?
Yeah. Okay.
What's your idea?
So first off, we should figure out what they've actually said to their bosses, because
They didn't.
we don't
I didn't.
we don't know that they knew enough to come down here and climb down here, and they obviously noticed our rope there.
My hamster to suck eggs.
They might not have known we had broken into a temple or that was a temple here, but they did probably mention that they saw something suspicious and then they disappeared. Maybe that might not be
Alright.
good if they don't check in.
We can assume that much, but they didn't get to the chance to record or report our faces or names,
All right.
nor how many were here.
I'm currently sitting on top of the stormtrooper, and I'm going to see if I can tell if he's unconscious and like completely unconscious. Is he
Alright,
still completely unconscious?
Roll me an appraise or medicine check.
Oh, right.
Also, Krill, congratulations! You now have a fish hat.
Huh?
It didn't take him long.
Mind logic appraisal. All right, I will do mind logic appraisal.
A nice fish hat from the Sith Temple gift shop.
I hope you found your stay enlightening.
Lamau.
That's funny. All right, copying the formula I'll be using tonight, and then just a 4D.
Yeah.
Remember to lock in your roll if you're done with it.
Okay, yeah. If I end up doing what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna need all my boost dice. So, I will stick with that. It's at least better than failing.
All right. With a 1, you're pretty sure that they're unconscious or at least incoherent.
Okay. Well, here's what I will say. Having realized that, I would say, yes, they didn't get our faces, but they probably knew something was here. The gentleman there is riddled in blaster holes. As far as this temple, we could put all the chairs, all the tables, beds back. Honestly, there's a good chance that they wouldn't know how the temple's supposed to look. The blaster scars could be from an ancient battle long time ago. So that part's not so big of a deal. But the
Regis,
yes.
if they know that someone is here and they sent word back about that, how long do you think till they miss a check-in and backup is sent? Do we really want to be around here fiddling with moving furniture around again when backup shows up?
Okay. So what if we were to get as much information out of this guy right now as we could?
What information do you feel is worth waiting around for him to wake up?
Krill's gonna move up with her blaster out and be like, I move, we just kill the guy and get out of here.
Well, let Regis speak. What information do you feel is valuable enough for us to wait around for him to wake up?
Okay. I think that it is possible that we could get a way for us to redirect their forces elsewhere. If I can convince this gentleman that I will let him go if he will give us that information, make him believe that if he were to say those things, that we would let him go and he could say those things, then if he truly believes that and we can find that that information is true, I could use that. I have
That's a lot of ifs there, Regis. And a lot of factors out of our control.
I will say we could at least get information about who sent him here, and potentially who is going through these trials as well.
I am going to make this guy, if we do this, I'm going to make this guy think that I can be his friend. He already knows that the rest of you tried to blow him to bits. But I can be the voice of reason and make him think that he could leave. I do not intend to have him leave. Not after what happened to Krill.
Believe me when I say you cannot reason with a stormtrooper. I'm even speaking from personal experience here.
Regis, as much as I appreciate the idea, I am going to pull rank here. No, we are not waiting around. We're not. The information is not worth risking our lives. Anyways, I believe there is a merchant here, Greaves.
Ah, yes.
As we were, what do you think I'd be interested in buying?
I, as a player, do not know enough about your character to be able to come up with something.
And that's the thing. I'm not sure what I would want from Greaves either as a player. Honestly, mostly what she would want is to be able to guarantee her crew's safety for the immediate future, and Greaves already summoned a platform to take him back up.
Which looks, for all intents and purposes, just like a piece of plywood that's just sitting there.
Yep.
Yeah, a little sketch looking, but
I mean, I guess I
what?
will say, for your benefit at least, that does get you back up, but you technically speaking don't know if it'll be good for getting all the way back to, if you'll be able to get all the way back to town unaccosted currently.
Oh, well, Greaves
True,
only intended to get them up to the top of the cliff. Beyond that, they're on their own.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For their benefit, for thinking about something else to make a deal about.
Right.
Well, I suppose there is the option of me making a disguise of the temple here of sorts.
No. And how would that disguise work?
Oh, just adjust a few things, leave some empty crates behind, make it seem like smugglers were here instead of a group going through these trials.
Interesting. Would this disguise perhaps a replacement for whatever Fervis and Sen took from the temple?
Well, Tal, Would Greaves know if there is a new holocron generated? Well, I mean, Greaves would know, but, you know, is there a new holocron generated each time somebody completes the trial?
There is not, but you have also never been informed of a guarantee that each one will have a holocron.
True.
That's just sort of an assumption.
Fair enough. Well, as far as what they took, there is no guarantee that any of those would even be in there in the first place. And, of course, smugglers would have probably taken that item because it is very valuable.
And what would be the cost of this service?
I will defer to Taldarius on that.
Unfortunately, you guys don't have, like, a ton of, You guys don't have, like, a ton of good stuff available currently. Unless you want to start giving up even more of your actual, like, equipment.
Well, Greaves does trade in favors.
Yeah, he does. So I was just trying to think about if there was anything besides favors that he could trade in.
Well, for this service, unfortunately, I see none of you have much in the way of liquid assets, I would say. At least not that I take. But I do accept favors.
Favors can be a scary thing to trade in. What sort of favor are we talking?
Is that just you doing a funny asking for my input?
No, that was me being mouthful of food because I made the dumb choice of saying something and then being like, and shove food in, I'm done. And then I'm like, wait, no, I'm not done.
There's a back and forth going here.
Oh, no.
Initiating a conversation and then immediately stuffs me.
It's good. They're egg rolls.
High praise. Love egg rolls.
So I am afraid that I do not know what sort of favor I may ask of you in the future. However, it would not be anything that would jeopardize your morals or put others at risk. Most likely it'll be simply a matter of going into some arcane location, some ruins or such, in order to fetch a particularly valuable prize. But you are able to decline. However, please do not do that too often because, well, you do need to pay back the debt at some point.
Krill
One favor.
squints her eyes. Tread
So-
lightly, Captain.
So one favor, to be paid back currently at an unknown time, that you're guaranteeing will not jeopardize either me, my crew, or my morals. And I have the option to review and reject said favor.
I will clarify. The ruins that I sent you into may be dangerous.
That's reasonable enough, I suppose. Can you disguise our my truck for the trip back so it's not harassed by anyone we may pass?
I could absolutely toss that in.
The
Toss that
truck
in and we've got a
becomes
deal then.
Giant bush.
There's just a tumbleweed that goes rolling back into town.
No, it's the Metal Gear
Oh.
Solid box. Just a box.
Most likely it'll just essentially be a notice me not spell. But yeah.
Well, you asked for a disguise, so he's going to give you a disguise.
Oh.
Not to not be noticed.
But one that will make it so it's not harassed.
Well, yeah. Most people aren't going to harass a giant tumbleweed.
They'll just all watch it until it stops being a tumbleweed.
Or until it moves down the street, you know?
It'll be notable, but people wouldn't likely harass it.
Probably be about as noticeable as Barnaby.
Fair enough. All right. Then I don't think I have any other dealings I care to discuss right now. But thank you. Now. Yes.
Sir, would I be? Seems like I may as well ask to try to help with keep down though. Would I perhaps be able to take a personal favor for some materials to help with repair my armor?
To repair your armor, he's just gonna kind of point at the stormtroopers and what's left of their armor. Perhaps instead of making a deal with me, you might want to go ahead and use the scraps that are available.
Perhaps, but I don't believe that it. The stormtroopers' armor is much. I guess I can see what I can do with that then.
I mean, just because armor is destroyed doesn't necessarily mean that it's vaporized.
I think he's considering that it's made out of plastoid.
Yeah, the issue is not that it's
Inferior
issue
materials.
is not that either. It's the type, because this is Ron's armor is light, and I expect most of that is heavy, and I don't think it'd
It's
be
medium.
the same. It's medium. Oh, okay. Well, either way, I don't know if that is compatible for such a repair.
I mean,
Or-
it probably has a bunch of cloth and leather straps that could be harvested and
Fair enough.
from the inside and be
Well,
and be
then-
repurposed for repairs.
Yeah. Well, with that in mind, then Ron will take what he can off the dead guy. And
Then we have two of them to scrounge if you really want.
yeah, true. Well, we'll take what
Oh, wait.
Ron will take.
The second one's not dead yet. Replace clip in my laser rifle because I haven't done that yet.
Yeah.
Aim, shoot. There we go.
Well, Ron will take what he can.
Yep.
Leaving enough to help with the kind of collusions should they be found.
Yeah, so I will let you know that the black under armor stuff is actual cloth light armor.
Okay. Okay.
Perfect. So, how much is he able to scavenge of that?
I mean, he's got plenty of stuff for that actually.
Okay.
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 It's it's not too difficult. It's just it's a full
gonna be
body
awesome.
form fitting thing. So
Yeah.
you can just take segments of cloth from it.
Okay. Now
Right.
then yeah. Okay.
Alright. And as he's working with the armor, go kicking the bodies off the edge.
Did you even end up killing the other one?
Yes,
they
I
said
said
they reloaded
I
their
said I
blasters.
shot him.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Which, by the way, like, is Regis going to do anything to stop Amy? You do have that option. You said you were on top of him.
I mean, I voiced my opinion on that, and the captain said they pulled rank on me, so...
Fervis
Yeah.
also had
No,
an idea on that front.
Yeah.
I mean, if the 9-foot wolf wants to speak up and stop Amy from doing that.
I mean, he did say earlier that we could question
What
him
was
and
it?
find out what who sent them here, as well as who might be taking the trials as well.
Right. And again, do we want to wait around that long?
I wouldn't say wait. We could just take him with us.
That's a bad idea.
Is there
If it were
any way to
anything-
guarantee that he's not tracked?
If it were any other Imperial personnel besides a stormtrooper, it might work. But Krill is nervous. I don't think we should just kill him and be done with it.
Fervis is going to look over at Greaves. Are stormtroopers, do they have some form of tracking chip normally?
Well, what Greaves would know on that front is normally in their armor there's some form of like tracking. However, this is also a local that was basically a part of like the local garrison and isn't someone that goes around normally, so likely does not have an implant. So if you just strip all the armor off, likely is not tracked.
Okay. All right, fine. Bound gag. We'll bring him with us, and we'll find somewhere to dispose of him later.
The plywood gets a little bigger. I think I broke everybody with that.
Oh, I just laughed a little bit.
Thanks for the information, Graves.
I don't like it. I don't like it, but not.
Krill's
Fine.
just gonna look down, shake her head, and move
I've
boards.
I've got a real bad feeling about it, but
She said the
Fine.
line.
I've got a bad feeling about this.
She said the thing.
Oh,
Nothing good.
any more business here? As I'm taking a moment to properly bind and gag our prisoner.
All right, go ahead and roll me a survival check, I guess, for that. Rope
It
use.
would be a survival check. Do I? I don't have any points in survival. However, I would probably know logically how that works. So, thinking
Fervis will
mind logic.
Fervis will get +1.
Okay.
You just
You
feel the
take
rope kind of be
+1
tugged.
from Krill.
You just feel the rope being tugged around a little bit.
And +1 from Krill, you said?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Alright.
She'll look over your knots and make sure they're okay.
That's right, 5.
Goodness.
That is an
Here.
excellent start.
Great start, everyone.
Remind me, how are boost dice used again?
You pick one type of boost die to use, so you can't mix and match. But
Right.
you can, on your rolls, use Soul, which would re-roll that 1 right there. Or you could use a body to re-roll 3 junk dice, which would be that 6, 5, and 2.
I'll re-roll the 1.
So you can't mix and match.
You cannot, however, where Amy is being assisted, Krill or Fervis could allow Amy to use their boost dice for body.
So that would put it at 2 successes right now.
It would, yes.
Which honestly, I think that's probably about the best we're gonna get.
Yeah.
I will say, if people plan on taking prisoners in the future, might I recommend some binders, you know, or grav binders. If you're really
Noted. But Krill's not about taking prisoners.
That would have been stuff. Sorry.
I didn't want to take a prisoner either, but people objected.
Oh, I'm just letting people know in the future, if you guys keep planning on taking prisoners, there are items that help with that.
Yeah, that's the sort
No,
of
it's
stuff I
good.
mean.
Because it was deadlocked. Ron could have been the deciding factor. It's too late now.
Well, now that
Hoist
he's
them up
prisoner, you could
onto
just shoot
the-
him in the head at any point, really.
Yeah. Hoist him up onto the plank, step up onto the plank myself. You guys
Meanwhile,
So
basically,
Krill's been on the plank for a while.
Reverse Sword in the Stone. There's just a bunch of empty crates and such. They're starting to float out of Greaves's cart, and they grow bigger as they go into the temple.
And obviously far more than could ever normally fit in his cart.
Oh, yes. Very much so. There's even whimsical music going alongside it.
Oh my.
Greaves is nothing if not a showman.
Simple gnomish merchant indeed.
Whatever gnomish means.
Oh, well, it is a sort of a terminology to an adjective in referring to a species. I think that's the right term.
I've never heard of gnomes in this verse, so
Not to worry, I am the only one here. Well, unless you run into my brother Grooves, but you should not do that.
I think that wouldn't be as pleasant of an experience.
Typically not.
All right. Well, until we meet again, then.
Until next time, I'll be back to claim the favor. And his cart just kind of starts rolling away into midair. And when you blink, it's just gone.
I creepy.
You know, I've seen a lot of strange things in my time, but I think that just took the prize.
And I turned to Amy and say, Thanks for taking on that kind of risk for our safety. A favor from someone like that.
On
Let's
an
just-
unrelated note, I flipped a token, so congratulations. It's 6-8 now.
Awesome. And then Krill will say to Regis,
Hold up, what?
let's...
I flipped a token. It's 6-8 now.
Something happened, we don't know why.
Okay, cool. I guess we'll
But-
figure that out in a little bit. Anyways, everyone on the plank.
It creaks heavily as Fervis gets on.
That's between it and the climbing rope. Decide to stick with it, but nervous.
It's no worse than the hover truck going uphill.
Tal, you want to briefly explain the tokens for Gib Gab and others that may not realize what those are yet?
Yeah, so for either mechanical benefit or narrative Deus Ex Machina stuff, the players can flip tokens, and I can flip them in return. It's basically like a sliding scale of the more they use, the more I have available, and the more I use, the more they have available. Technically speaking, I don't need these things at all, but I like the back and forth. And also the reactions when I say I flipped the token. Basically, it means I have done something, and they don't know what. But something happened.
Bad happened.
But it
No,
does mean we do know that Tal did something.
Yeah, they know that I did something, just not
And
what.
we know it's something bad because he flipped a token for it, but we don't know what.
And no, it starts at 7-7, so they've flipped a couple of tokens, I've flipped a couple of tokens, it's just the current balance is 6-8. So 6 in their favor, 8 in my favor. So I have 8 I could use.
For reference, the last time he flipped a token, the stormtroopers noticed our grappling hook.
Yeah, because that's a nice little minor
Right.
use where there was a detail they could have noticed, so I just flipped a token and made it so they did. I technically didn't have to do that, I just could have said they did.
Yeah.
But this is more fun.
Yes.
Everyone gets to be a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
Alright.
6 Arfs Ex Machina.
8 dragon skin.
Deus Ex Arf. Yes. It's not us that are the main characters, it's Arf. He just
Yeah,
allows
you're all
us
just
to be
living an
around.
Arf story.
Yeah.
You're just living an
right.
Arf story.
Oh boy. So, Krill, you were watching them when they came in. Did they come in like on a speeder or something?
I just saw them walk up. So if they came on a speeder, they parked back a ways from the truck.
I'm assuming at this point the plank of wood is ascending and everyone's on it.
Yeah.
Oh yes, and it's playing elevator music.
That's fair. The
Of
smugglers.
course it is. Of
The
course it
smugglers got
is. There is
but-
no speaker on this thing, but it is playing elevator music.
Yes.
There is also no
Anyway.
hydraulics or anything, and it is still rising.
It's not attached to anything. It's literally just a plank of wood.
I mean, our truck does it. There's no suspension on the truck.
It's a
Yeah, but
repulsor
the truck-
lift.
Yeah,
But it's a
honest,
repulsor
let's do it.
truck.
This
It
is a
literally has
plank of wood.
repulsors. It literally, the truck literally has the technology built in it to repulse from the ground and stay afloat. This is a plank of wood.
And not just that, it's a plank of shitty ass plywood.
I would.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Very long piece of that.
Apparently, it's not plywood because we all sat on it and it didn't break.
Simple gnomish merchant indeed.
Yes.
haven't heard of anything like this in stories.
All right. So, does anything happen between now and when we get to the top of the cliff?
Nope. It's just, you know, you're going
Alright.
up. Congratulations.
Cool.
Wonderful music played. Okay.
Well, I'm
Here,
not
here,
sure.
I can
if
show. I can show you exactly what was playing.
Oh, you can show them the world on the magical Greaves plank.
Oh, guitar music. Maybe there's strings on the underside of the plank, and they're just strumming on their own as it rises.
Regis, it's a
No.
plank.
It's just,
Let's just not question it anymore right now.
yeah. I don't.
Complete with the ding at the end.
Ding, crowned floor.
I also like to imagine the moment the last person steps off of it, it just drops like a normal plank of wood.
Oh, I was 100% planning that. It just
Nice.
falls, clatters down the cliff face.
Probably in splinters.
Splinters.
Gets to the top. We step off, and clack, 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 clack. Splitters, crash, crash, crash. All the way down.
Alright, I think we better get back to town at this point.
Yeah, to the truck.
So real quick,
Where's the truck?
we did make sure Sed was with us, right?
Yeah, no, Sen's with you.
Okay.
Yeah, Sen's with you.
He's just
Everybody
he's
shut up.
more than a little
That
bit
was
pale and a
implied.
little bit quiet.
Understandably.
Sten is the strong, silent type.
Yeah.
Well, Sen is more soft spoken, but you know.
As we reach
So-
the surface, I'm gonna suggest, or Krill's gonna suggest, not bringing the stormtrooper back to the ship or anywhere near our base of operations.
I agree. We're gonna want to set down away
Oh.
from this.
That depends on when they wake up.
Do we need to wait then? Should we wait then?
I think we should get away from this location if we're gonna stay up
Yeah.
here. with the stormtrooper.
I would agree. Let's travel elsewhere.
I still say we kill the stormtrooper.
We will.
It
It's
will.
not a
And
matter
he
of
bow.
if, it's when.
Fervis is baring his fangs.
Anyways, to the truck. Get everyone loaded up. While doing that, Sen, what do you make of what happened down there? With the gnomish merchant.
That part. Quite honestly, I don't have. There are things in this galaxy that are new even to me, despite all of my seeking of knowledge. That is one of them.
Let's see. So you're just as clueless as the rest of us.
I
That-
did not sense any force sensitivity from him.
No, but it doesn't
Which-
seem like he quite needed that.
Yeah. He has his
And-
own brand of magic.
And even though the Force is a very readily available and obvious greater entity, we would be fools to think that it would be the only greater entity. If one exists, that means that more could.
Hmm.
He could simply have powers of one of those, or be a greater entity. It's impossible to tell, truly.
As much as I am for trade, I'm not sure I like him. He scares me.
I wouldn't want to take on debts from anything I couldn't run from.
It is a good thing you are not being hired for your strength of character.
Anyways, let's find someplace discreet to interrogate this guy.
Real
Since
quick. Fervis is going to use one of his recon remotes.
Mm-hmm.
Leave it down in the temple. At least from what I understood, it seems like they are basically, really tiny drones. Surveillance drones.
They are.
So yeah, he's gonna send it down into the inside of the temple. Nice dark spot up in the corner somewhere to watch for anybody coming in.
Yep. No. It is. It's a little like. It's like a little miniaturized. You know those little like spherical, like droids that people would fly around sometimes in Star Wars.
Yeah.
Like the really tiny
Yeah.
ones. It's those. That's what these are. They're like it's about the size of a fruit, and they can fly at a pretty decent pace. Has full 360 degree vision.
Can you be more specific on the size of fruit? Because fruit varies very wildly in size.
Grape or watermelon?
Probably a orange.
Yeah.
I know what he's talking
Oh,
about.
hold on. I know exactly. I know exactly what example to use. So you know that one really bad like CGI scene of that one? It's called a Shura fruit, getting like force moved in a direction. It's like the size of a pear.
Okay.
oh,
But do you know that one in the prequels where that one fruit gets moved like with the force and it like
Oh
looks
yeah, I
awful?
know what you're
It's
talking
that fruit.
about.
It's like the size of that fruit.
Oh God.
That's called a Shura fruit. It's about the size of a Shura fruit. Perfect example. You know exactly what I'm talking about.
about the size of a pear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that awful, awkward date scene.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will definitely
know
say George Lucas may write some very cool world lore and such, but when it comes to romance, that guy is hopeless.
Yep.
They
I
are
will
so
say
creepy.
it does actually kind of work, considering Anakin is a former slave that is a part of a religious order that tells him to release all attachments and basically bury his feelings. Like, at what point is that man supposed to be adjusted romantic?
Fair.
Looking at it like that makes the prequel so much more bearable whenever
He's
there's
also-
one of the Anakin and Padme scenes where he's just awkward as fuck.
He's struggling with that while being a teenager at the height of hormones.
Yeah, no,
Mhm.
it makes it a
Anakin,
lot better if you just look at it that way.
Anakin had the riz of a brick wall and banged a princess.
She was a queen.
Yeah, she was a queen.
So, Find
That
somewhere
Padme
out of
has
the way.
specific tastes, is what that says. But yeah, no, you guys are.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're making our way downtown.
Yep. I will remind you that those little recon remotes have a range of about 20 kilometers, so just don't go too far away.
Yes. We are pretty surrounded by forests, aren't we? Or at least they're nearby.
Yeah, there's like a forest like a mile away.
I suppose I should
Works both
actually
ways,
look
though.
up kilometers versus miles. Oh, 12 miles.
It'll give
That's...
anyone who sees it.
Yeah.
So 12 miles is a pretty decent ways away that we can go.
Unfortunately for everyone, a lot of the canonical stuff and all of that is listed out in range of kilometers and all that. So
That's fine. I'm sure we have a freedom units converter.
yep. Normally, I'm the freedom unit converter,
Yay.
but I also just have it written down in the kilometer unit because it looks better in my notes and in the item list looking at 20 kilometers instead of saying about 12 and a half miles.
That is true.
Except for the fact that all of Scar is written with feet.
Yeah, remember, every square of movement is actually just 1 1/3 meters.
Okay. So, in that case, I expect that whenever someone wants to, utilize a comlink, we're going to pull out a massive scale map and go, square by square, just to make sure that's within range.
No!
Lamau.
I think we can wing it enough.
Yeah.
Obviously, that's what we have to do then.
So anyways,
Cool.
I'm leaving a camera down there to see who might be following. So we can't go too far, but I'd say go into the woods over there.
Reasonable. Good call, Fervis. Well. And yeah.
As we start rolling, we just see, instead of the truck that we're sitting in and riding in, it's just a giant tumbleweed.
Huh.
Rolling.
I suppose it is a disguise. Not what I had in mind, but I suppose my bad for not being more specific.
At least we won't show up as a ship from sensors. Or this truck's engine won't be detected, I hope. Honestly, it's the ships above I'm more concerned about right now. I don't see any stormtroopers within vision range.
Yes, Taldaris, any troubles with finding a remote location for interrogating our prisoner?
Nope, you're already like a day out from town. Well, I'm not looking, but you're a day's travel out from town. And you aren't exactly in like, main road touristy areas or something like that.
No.
At most, occasionally there's going to be like, a starship in atmosphere flying above you.
Right. And
But that's
currently
like
currently we have tree cover because we're going to an out of the way location for interrogating this guy. All right.
Yep.
Cool.
You have no issues getting to a remote location.
Cool.
I would also wonder if there are any of those orange things flying around, because those might make us stand out.
Orange,
Um,
orange things?
yeah. Arf scanned a bunch of small creatures earlier when we were at the
Oh,
basement.
the alchemy beasts. Those were red, right?
Those
Yeah,
were-
they're red.
Ah.
Yeah.
Never got a good look at one directly. But they do stand out as streaks of bright color.
All the easier to see among the greenery. Yes. Yeah. So go ahead and set up, have it so that he's set up in a location where he can't see the truck or anything. And, wait till he wakes up. Unless someone wants to stim patch him, and that might wake him up.
What we have better, so I mean, is time of that much of an essence to need it to have to waste it?
I think we can just kind of wait out here.
Alright.
The captain wants him away from the truck. Fervis, if you'd like, you can help me with him. You had some questions yourself.
As time, would there be enough time as time passes for Ron to try to repair his armor?
This guy was in pretty rough shape, so, yeah, there'd be enough time for you to make a check, because you could... Wait, hold on. I'm gonna
Okay.
double check, because I think there is, but I want to make sure. It's you need to do it as part of a full rest. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Yep. That's what I was double checking.
Okay.
We might just be camping out here anyways. So
Well, that'll be later on.
So at this point, I'm going to be dragging the trooper. Until I can no longer see the truck.
he just has to be set up facing away from the truck, really. But sure.
All right. Here's a good question for you. What sort of stuff are you leaving with the trooper?
That is a very good question. I don't really think there's a...
If he has anything on him at all, it
That's a risk.
would be like very basic underclothes.
I mean, Fervis is okay with even taking those off. He doesn't care.
I don't think he needs his armor, and I'd want to make sure he didn't have any weapons or anything concealable on him. We should definitely check for
Yeah.
that.
No, absolutely a full frisking to make sure he doesn't have anything on him.
All right. In that case, I would probably ask for investigation or praise or something like that in order to frisk him down.
Okay.
Investigation or appraise?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I can do appraise.
I can do investigation.
Let's see.
Yeah, I'm better at investigating than appraising in most cases, so...
So mine. What expertise would you suggest for this?
That depends on how you want to go about this.
I'm leaning either instinct or logic.
I would do logic myself if I was involved in this. I thought I was.
Well, you can either make a separate roll for it, or you could roll, provide assistance dice.
Yeah.
Arf, just take everything off of him.
All right, the droid will give a couple of beeps and start getting to work.
Cool. I have 4 dice for the appraisal here. Mind, logic. Just so that I can make sure.
All right. With that, you would be able. You don't find any hidden weapons or the like, but you do find a very interesting a piece of flimsy on him. Are you aware of lore-wise what flimsy is?
Not offhand.
Flimsy is short for flimsoplast, which is basically their version of like paper, but it's like almost transparent, like acrylic. Writing. It's reusable but dissolves in liquid.
Oh.
So it for a piece of flimsy plastic, you could like wipe all of it away and reuse the piece of flimsy. But if you like dunk it in liquid, it's going to dissolve.
Okay. Take a closer look at it. Does it have anything written on it, or?
It does. It has not been wiped away. And it is talking about... Basically, it's just describing their mission coming here. What they were supposed to do. And that they were receiving these orders from someone by the last name of Herschel.
Herschel?
Herschel.
Herschel.
You found something?
Yeah. A bit of flimsy that had their orders.
Very sloppy of him. What did they say? Might be useful to know.
Go and show it. You said that it said that they were sent by...
Yep, the
I'm
orders
sorry.
were given down by someone with the last name of Herschel.
Right.
First name is G, but it's like, G. Herschel, so it doesn't actually say the first name fully.
G. Herschel.
And it is basically just orders to come to these coordinates and search for, a building with the description as listed, which you would be able to, pretty easily tell is just the front of the temple.
Right. Orders were just to find the temple entrance.
They didn't know what they were looking for. Interesting. And Herschel is this gentleman's commanding officer, or perhaps not.
Or whoever the order came down from. No idea. No way of knowing how far up the chain of command it would have been. Hey, Sen, do you know anything about a Herschel guy? A G. Herschel?
Well, he's going to immediately try and meditate on this.
Out of character, I can't remember if they said this dude's name while Krill was dropping eaves on the stormtroopers when they first got to the cliff.
If you want me to remind you of that, I will invite you to roll a lore check.
Okay.
I don't know, out of character for myself. I'm just sitting here like, I mean, we were clearly not in that much trouble. The guy's name is Herschel. That is the least intimidating name I think I've ever heard of.
So this is going to be mind logic lore?
That would be a good choice, yes.
Yeah, the character, it's like the secret side. The secret spy master Bob.
2 is pretty respectable for 3 dice.
With that, considering that you did use logic for this, and it was fairly recent, it slipped out of your mind a little bit, probably just due to the fact, oh no, firefight, got shot, kinda hurt. But you do remember them mentioning that the ISB agent that has shown up on the planet, his actual name is Darrow Tane, but he's going by Gilland Herschel while on planet. Gilland, which could be spelled with a G.
Yes, this guy is an ISB agent.
So what was that about him potentially having the most, unassuming name possible?
Okay, well, I mean, his code, his disguise name, yeah, that is very much unintimidating. But the actual name, that is better.
Yeah, it's almost like he chose that on purpose.
Yeah.
He chose the most unassuming name possible.
Maybe he's really good at his job, or he's not.
No, he's pretty good at his job, I think.
Wait,
Maybe
so would
just
you
not the
say
naming.
Herschel's? Would you say Herschel's real name was?
Darrow Tane, Darro,
Darrow Tane.
for the first name, Tane. Darrow Tane.
Darrow Tane. Alright, in which case, Darrow Tane. Sen, does that name mean anything to you?
He'll make like a pretty thoughtful expression at that. And go, I've never heard of it before. But I do have a sense of danger about the name. Something pursuit.
Understandable. Given that he seems to be after the same thing you are.
The question is, what does the ISB want with these ruins? And it can't be anything good.
Well, we already heard from the ruins that
Can't
we're
be
not the only
anything
ones.
good. As
not
we're
the only
going
ones
after the
on
same ruins.
Yeah, that's why it's so important for us to get the information from this trooper. The chances of us actually encountering a lone trooper that we can get information from in the future is much lower, especially once they know that we exist. Or they're going to
Good luck
suspect
getting
Conglomerate.
anything out of a stormtrooper. They
Preferably,
are
they won't ever know.
They are zealous, or they just don't know anything.
Doesn't have to be the most complicated things. I don't need to know all the day-to-day operations. Actually, that's kind of the stuff that you do want to know, the day-to-day operations, not the fancy top secret stuff.
They also are high in zealous fervor, and more than likely aren't just going to volunteer information using any enhanced interrogation techniques that we have available to us. It's going to require something more.
Fervis is just going to open his mouth, raising his jowls, I think they're called. Baring his fangs. I found
I
these can
think
be
we can-
very convincing.
We'll
I'm-
see.
Well, we've got an interrogation to do. Fervis, would you like to help me with that?
I was planning on it.
Awesome.
I'm definitely going to be a part.
Regis,
Sure.
do you have any skill in intimidation or interrogation? You know, any people skills?
I I do
This
have
would be like
skill.
persuasion or presence, basically.
I have insight skill. I have deception. I have persuasion.
You are.
If
skilled
you
in
were
Subterfuge
to,
too.
if you were to rate your ability in persuasion on a scale of 1 to 5, where would you put it?
You're on a scale of 1 to 47. I'm feeling like a 32 right now.
Yeah.
All right. Maybe you can be helpful on this then. All right.
Yes, I know. I don't look very persuasive when I talk to you.
I mean, I wasn't gonna say it outright, but you haven't exactly come off as the most personable person around here.
I suppose part of that's the point.
Very well then. Set up with him, with the interrogatee, propped up against a tree or something, and we'll be sitting nearby, polishing a gun or whatever, waiting for him to wake up.
Fervis, for his part, while he's waiting, is going to be doing. He's going to be trying to get into the Sith holocron that he got.
All right.
We got time, might as well, right?
You do have time.
We do have time.
Hmm.
It's not a bad use of time either.
Krill's just gonna be standing guard at the truck, keeping an eye out for trouble.
We still don't know what the token flip was for.
We do not.
don't.
And there's also
Or
that
I
tip
guess
goal that
standing. Sorry.
There's also that tip goal that I am sitting here like would be nice.
That could be good or bad.
Would be
Could
nice
be good
to
or
have
bad.
the money to help with rent, but at the same time, that does not look like a nice one.
But I should say she's standing guard at the tumbleweed, not the truck. The tumbleweed.
Truly, this is the dankest dungeon.
Oh no.
FoxFiendRG tipped $5.27.
FoxFiend,
Thank
why?
you for the tip. That is the first tier of the tip goal completed.
The sense.
That being said,
Why-
guys, if you do like to not make scary things happen to us, I have a wonderful 31% off on the Streamloots cards.
The sense hurt my soul.
So, anyways, Fervis is trying to get into the holocron.
Yes.
Well, you know what to roll to try and gain entry.
Yes. If I can go to the right channel. Using forceful is still -1 difficulty?
Yep.
Sweet. Alright.
A generous bestowal.
Kenku tipped $10.03.
Thank you for the tip, Kenku.
Welcome.
That is the second tier of the tip goal completed.
Nice. I see that Darth Arf is starting on his journey now. But yeah. With that, I'll say that you are able to gain entry, but it's going to be partial entry. You can tell that there is more to get from this holocron, but you have accessed effectively like the first stage of it. And this first stage is going to be going over a force power called Force Blast. Out of game, do you know what Force Blast is?
I don't.
Force Blast is a force power that is used either by dark side or neutrals, where it will basically shoot out concentrated blasts of dark side energy at whatever you want. There are upgraded versions of it. This is the very basic version. And you can obliterate objects, destroy living beings, stuff like that. It's considered something that has moderate difficulty at the beginning, but as you learn to direct it, it gets better and better. However, there is the notable downside for new users that you might burn yourself.
Interesting.
So basically, in terms of like Scar, it is basically giving you knowledge on like, the basics of a ranged force attack,
Yeah.
which is dark and neutral aligned.
He will definitely study that.
Yep. In lore, one of the upgraded versions of it that gets more neutral is using the force to also like compress the air and like air blast enemies. But this is an old force power, like 4,000 years ago old.
But could still be very useful for him.
Yeah. Effectively, like, as you study and practice this, you'll like, if you do good, you'll probably get like, a discount at learning a decent ranged force ability.
It would be useful. But yeah, he's gonna be intrigued by this, but otherwise he will be, he'll kind of be, taking note of it in his head. But then just kind of speak to the holocron. I went through the trial. I paid the price. Reveal your secrets.
You may roll again at +2.
Shroot. Double the results. I'm good with that.
Yep. With the previous successes, it will grant you full access. So there is 2 other force abilities that are inside of this holocron with teachings and trainings, all that sort of stuff. One of which is Sickening Blast, which is the upgraded dark version of Force Blast, which basically also starts to affect the opponent's physical condition if it makes contact. And it Ooh, sorry, just had a really bad coughing fit.
No worries.
The last one is an ability called Deadly Sight.
Ooh.
Are you aware of what Deadly Sight is?
No. But I am intrigued.
Deadly Sight is a old and very rare ability. It harnesses a Force user's fury and hatred and projects it into a glare that will literally vaporize part of the enemy. It is basically evil eye vaporization.
So literally, if looks could kill.
If looks could kill, you hate them so much, looks can kill, evil eye vaporize their head.
It's a
However, it injures everyone you look at when it's active.
Your eyes
it could be
effectively-
refined. It could be refined to not do that, but it's a dark side power, so normally the dark siders just didn't give a shit.
Yeah, your eyes effectively are like a pulsar.
Ally, enemy, what's the difference?
Yeah, all of them are targets.
Microwave eyes.
I think here's a good way to explain how old and unknown this ability is. This is a really good find. The only known practitioner of this ability since Darth Bane established the rule of 2 wasn't even a Sith, it was a Dark Jedi. And it wasn't even used until 7 years into the future from you guys. This is literally currently an unknown ability since the rule of 2 was established. Basically, this holocron has a lot of pretty decent ranged options for people.
What was that last one again? The name of it?
It's called Deadly Sight.
Okay. I'm making note of this.
Yes. And while I'll give you this one for free, because the other holocron also had 3 things inside of it. Obviously, the higher the number it is, if it's first, second, or third, the more deadly and dangerous it is, and the harder it's going to be to learn. So,
Okay.
if you jump right to the end, you can do that. But also, Sith.
Yeah, he's going to be very careful about which of these he decides to learn.
I'll give you that one for free because that's a pretty obvious thing that your character would probably know. Is just the further I go into this, the more dangerous it likely is, considering everything else he's experienced with these guys.
Yeah. But also, he does not want to go full dark side as well, so.
Yeah.
But perhaps taking what he knows of the light side and what he's learning of these, he could make a more neutral version.
Yep. Which, thankfully, the first one in there is already neutral for you.
Exactly. And that will give him a great foundation to learn from. How that's already been done neutrally.
Just to point out how neutral it is, Luke Skywalker uses it. That's how neutral it is. It's literally like one of the most neutral powers in existence. But yes, that is those are the available things inside of the second holocron. And it will be taking you a while to obviously, meditate through this.
Yeah.
So I'll say that that's probably all you're going to be able to do before the guy starts waking up.
That works for me.
Yeah.
Well, I suppose when the guy wakes up, Fervis is going to be specifically behind him. No reason to show the, big scary alternative right away.
Ah, finally awake, I see.
Hey, you're finally awake. You were caught trying to cross the border, weren't you? I don't think that for the rest of time, anybody is going to be able to just have a scene where somebody wakes up without that being referenced.
Probably not.
Quite possibly not.
Probably not.
It's a part of the cultural consciousness now. It's
Especially,
just
especially because they'll keep re-releasing it every, few decades.
Not even a couple
Yeah.
years.
Even people who make 40K parodies will say, "Oh, but it just re-released last year
It just re-released last year.
in the 41st millennium."
Skyrim will still be played in the 41st millennium because it
Warhammer.
will have gotten re-released just last year.
Just last year.
Warhammer 40K in 1, Warhammer 40K in 2.
But yeah, this guy will be like sneezing. What is
Bless you.
Anyway, this guy will be waking up. Obviously, he's going to be groggy and confused as all hell. So you're just gonna see him like blink a couple of times and squint. You what?
You're finally awake. Yeah. Got hit real hard back there.
He's gonna blink a couple of times, and then you start to see the recognition in his eyes. And he's just gonna go, "Oh, wait, it's you. You're that bitch who shot me."
You do remember me. Good. This is going to make things a lot easier. I need information. Does he respond to that, Tal?
He'll wait a bit, like if there's going to be like some silence, and then he's just going to go. Well, normally people who want to ask questions start by actually asking a question. You could try that.
Sorry. So, what were your orders in coming out here?
Walk out
Who
here,
knows?
look over the cliff, and try and find some sort of temple thing.
Anyone know about me or my crew? And aside from you and your partner.
I mean, people probably know about you, but in terms of,
Did you
about all
report
this,
anything?
probably not. No, because
okay.
when I tried to, you shot my helmet. Remember, the one that got killed is the one where Barnaby cursed him. This is the one you shot the helmet and broke it.
Yeah. Good. When are they expecting a check-in?
Couldn't tell. I've been passed out, lady. I don't. It could technically
When
be
were
right
you?
now. It could be in a while. It could have already been passed. I don't.
Fair enough. All right. Meta, real fast. What information am I wanting to get from this guy again?
Who sent him out here and what they're after and why they're going through the temples, or who's going through the temples.
Right. And who was it that sent you out here, and what do they want with the temples?
Look, I don't know what the hell they want with these temples. All I know is that some big shot ISB guy comes into the planet, gives people orders, and all of a sudden I'm sent out here to try and look over the cliff and find a temple that they're interested in for some reason. And I like living, so I'm not exactly about to ask the others why the ISB guy wants to know about something. That is the easiest way to just get shot.
Oh, actually, that makes sense. Freaking SB and the freaking whole
Wonderful.
rank on everything.
You like living. See, now we have a common goal. You want to keep living, and we need specific bits of information to make sure that this doesn't come back on our smuggling operation.
I think that was Regis in character.
Yeah, that was
Yeah,
him because
alright.
he heard him say he likes living, and is like, oh, good. I can work with that.
Smuggling operation. Why the hell are you smuggling out of a temple in the cliffside? You can't even get a decent sized speeder on that little overhang.
Well, it's heavily shielded against sensors. You guys couldn't find that place, could you?
Are you forgetting that where you originally found me was on your doorstep before you shot me?
Yes, things were rather abrupt. One of our forward people saw you there. But, yeah. We might have to move operations now because of that, unless we can come up with some way to resolve this. Now, there could be a lot of credits in this. Or there could be a blaster in it. On a backwater planet like this, luxuries are hard to come by. I'm sure you could enjoy more.
Okay, what kind of credits? I'm not asking how many right now, just what kind. Because if you think I'm gonna, accept what equates to a bribe in anything but hard credits, you are so wrong.
You have to run them through a credit cleaner, of course. What do you think
Why
we
would
are,
I-
amateurs?
If you're gonna wait, you're smuggling
No.
and you aren't using hard credits.
Ignore him. He's. Oh my gosh.
Come
Of course,
on,
we're using hard credits.
cut Garou a little slack, please, because not all of us know the
He's trying.
intricacies of the lore.
Yeah, that's why you don't play charisma classes.
Yeah. Of course, we'd be using hard credits. As I go ahead and pull a handful of hard credits out from a back pocket before sticking them back.
So you're trying to okay, just
flashing a little bit just to know so he knows that there is something.
He's just gonna be like, okay, look, what the hell do you want?
Any information you've got on who the orders are coming from and why, and how likely and how soon someone's going to be checking for a response on that.
The big thing is, with this new ISB presence, we're getting a lot more undesirable traffic. If we could find a way to nudge patrols around or away from where we might be doing some stuff, there could be a lot of credits involved. But I have to see that you're actually capable of doing that and worth the risk. A lot of these people were upset about what happened to one of our associates on the cliffside. And well, if you can tell me some things that you could say, and I can believe that those are the things you could say, we might be able to come up with some sort of arrangement.
So you're mad that someone got shot after we dropped in and were immediately shot at?
I'm not mad. I'm just in charge of the security. I'm trying to make sure this operation continues. There are some people who are a bit more shoot first when they see white uniforms, where white uniforms should normally not be. It's the people who are in charge of trying to deal with the social aspects that you end up with more amicable arrangements all around. And I am, in fact, the reason why you are not dead right now. You'll find that among the associates, a lot of them don't carry blasters that have stun settings.
Okay, well, I can appreciate that you saved my life here, but I also don't quite... Okay. Starter question.
Okay.
Are you operating out of a bunch of these different temples?
Why, let me guess. You have a bunch of patrols going to these temples.
The ISB guy's interested in the temples, and he tells us to go to the temples, and if we don't want to get shot, guess where we go? So if you're trying to cut some sort of deal to make patrols avoid whatever you got going on, if there's more things related to the temples, I can't normally at least I could, accept some things and play deaf and dumb about it.
I know how transportation works. We do logistics. Sometimes things get slow walked, sometimes you have mechanical failure. There may be a time when you might need to have a situation where you might have to stall something. How would you handle that? What would you say over your comms if you wanted to potentially stall a patrol going somewhere while we cleared out? Now, I'm not saying we have any more places in these temples. In fact, we were lucky to find that one. But The fact of the matter is, these patrols and these temples are in very out of the touch places, and without revealing all of our locations, I want to be able to know that we would have time to clear our forces out of an area in the event that we saw you coming up, so we can avoid more unpleasantries and dead stormtroopers. And that's something you could appreciate too. And then you could visit your temples and do what you need to without crossing paths with us. The less we cross paths directly, the more smoothly everything runs.
Okay, look. Normally, I would have some things for you here at least. Right now, if it's a patrol going out to any of these out of the way places where these temples supposedly are that we have to trudge around and try and find, the only way we're able to call in a delay is effectively by prefacing it with, "Please don't shoot us, Mr. ISB agent, but we have a small problem." You know, maybe not literally doing that, but it's the equivalent of, if there is a problem, he's taking it out on us. He's not going to be just going, "Oh, you had a mechanical failure, and so were delayed." It's the ISB. They're just
The
going to say, "You
ISB.
should have fixed it," and they would have shot us.
I see. So that is the limits of it. So if you can't delay, do you know of what direction your troops are heading soon? So I could potentially move my resources out of that area? If you had something that I could consider you to be useful in this instance, that would be most beneficial for you. Because, yes, your ISB friend will most definitely kill you if you inconvenience him enough. But if you're not more worthwhile to our operations as an asset with useful things that he can say or do, then you're more likely going to end up dead, because that makes you more useful as not an issue for our operations. Especially with dealing with something like the ISB. In fact, you've said it yourself. We wouldn't want anything to do with that ISB problem.
Where are you guys heading next? Or the next patrol?
Well, I was supposed to be looking around for the temple, and then when I found the temple, I was supposed to take some pictures, a little bit of scan, and then go report back. It was just supposed to be find this place, and then head back, and there were supposed to be regular check-ins to make sure that nothing happened, which I don't know if we're past that regular check-in or not, because again, I don't know how long I've been unconscious for. And at this point, I might just get shot for going back at all.
Out of character, y'all should ask what the interval was.
Out of character, it took a couple hours for him to wake up. Just like,
No, I mean
solid
the
3
interval
hours.
for check-ins.
For check-ins, which I tried to get earlier, but I guess the question wasn't either he doesn't know
how often he was supposed to check in, like every 3 hours, every 6 hours, every hour.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, how often were you in contact with this ISB gentleman?
When we were heading out, it was... Well, first of all, we're not calling him directly. He's got other people we're supposed to talk to. But whenever we called in to report, it was, hourly when coming out, and then when we left the speeder, we were supposed to contact him every half an hour or so.
Yeah, you might have actually encountered a bit of a perhaps, yes, I see your situation here. Yes, it might even be best that you don't contact him if you don't have a good answer. What do you think you should do that will work for me and for you? Let's see how useful you are under pressure.
Useful I am under pressure. Well, let's see what my options are here. I get killed by you guys. I get lost in the wilderness out here and die anyway. I go back and get shot for having failed. And get killed anyway. Probably, maybe tortured beforehand because, I fucked up or whatever.
Oh yeah, that sounds like
So-
typical ISB.
So, really, my options are all shit.
Your best
Oh,
option
you're
seems
right.
to be making good friends with us.
No, he might have a point. His best option might just be get shot here. I say as I stand up holding my rifle. And...
Well,
Hmm.
how useful are you? What could you be telling them? Tell me, like you were on the comms, what you would say to be helpful to me right now. Anything? Consider
Again,
it an
are you talking about
No,
normally,
please.
or are you talking about with the ISB breathing down our necks?
Where is the ISB right now? Or generally speaking, where would he be?
Probably in town?
Ellingtown?
Hell, as far
Perhaps
as
in
I
the-
know, he's out gallivanting around and party with
In the
upper
market?
crust people or whatever. But probably in town. It's the closest large town. It's got a fair amount of Imperial garrison there to order around.
So, what kind of pictures, if you were late and you came back with pictures of, let's say, a temple with the door closed, would that be adequate? Maybe you did have problems, but you handled it, and you come out as a guy who made it. There was a horrible cliffside accident or something, and your other fellow trooper died, but you persevered and did your job. Would that be adequate for you to save your life?
Wait, Sam's dead?
Thank you, Regis.
Here's the thing. I've got to work with both, you individually, and potentially your partner may or may not be dead, but I need to know what you know individually.
Oh, hey,
And-
you can't just back up after that and pretend like you didn't just say that.
No, here's the truth. I don't know which one of you I might have to shoot. It might be you, it might be him. You notice we took you away from everything? We've got you nice and separated. I'll be honest with you. If you're not adequate, I have another option potentially. Or maybe you're the second. That's up to you to discover by not being the second. So, let's not focus on potential negative interactions, because that could very well be a good thing for you, because that would be a reason for you to have had a delay, if you turned out to be more useful. Otherwise, well, yeah, you end up just another dead guy.
Okay, I'm not saying I'm not gonna try and work with you, but I'm still calling bullshit on what you're trying to feed me right now.
Okay, what do you want to know?
First of all, if Sam is already fucking dead,
If he is.
which, again, he definitely is from what you said, and then you tried to backtrack, I'm gonna have to explain why the other person I got sent out with is dead with a bunch of blaster holes in him.
That does complicate things, doesn't it? Well, what if they don't find his body? We could figure out something where you ended up having a terrible crash, and the wildlife dragged off his corpse, and you barely survived, but you got the information back. You know how dangerous it can be out here at night.
And how am I gonna... Okay, just...
You're gonna help me.
Not even gonna
to
bring
figure it
that
out.
part up.
If it works, we're working together here. We have a common interest. You don't want to end up dead, and I don't know a lot of how your organization operates under these situations. If we can come to a mutually agreeable agreement, then we can have a useful partner. You can end up not like your dead partner, which I didn't want to keep bringing up, but yes, he's dead.
Okay, well, I don't really have too much of a choice. It's just I don't even know what you want me to do about this.
Well,
Look, let's say I go with that, and I lie to him, and I say that I guess the climbing gear failed, and there was
mm-hmm.
I guess I'll just say there's like their part of the cliff broke off. It was the part of the cliff that he was attached to or whatever, and it broke the line with it. So that way the adhesive didn't work, or it worked too well. The line broke, he fell, died, wildlife got to him.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't carry him back up the cliff. See, I agree with you. That was a steep cliff, and it was a hard climb. We would know. And then you came back to get that information back. And maybe you would report something over the radio, and who would you report to directly?
Doesn't have a radio anymore. His arm is broken.
Hypothetically, if you did have a radio, you'd radio back to someone, right?
Yeah, I'd radio back to dispatch.
Okay, so you'd go to dispatch and you'd tell them your designation and who you are. No, likely some sort of preamble, right?
Yeah, something like that.
He might have a radio on whatever he came in on.
The speeder itself.
Yeah, there's a comm link on the speeder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's a shitty one, but it works.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that makes sense.
So that would make sense. You'd be riding back on your speeder because you obviously couldn't be expected to carry a man up a cliffside with no lifting gear. And by the time you came back, he was laying there dead, but he's no longer there dead. So you don't know what happened because the animals got him while you were gone. So you don't even have to explain that part, but you could, if you needed to, figure out a better way to not get shot from that. But we can work together on that. It's in my interest to keep you alive if you're useful to me, and it's in your interest to be of use to me and my associates here, particularly the angry ones.
How is he useful?
Because he knows Imperial protocols. Correct? And you know people in the garrison, correct? What is your name and designation? Let's start there.
Why would you need to know my... Okay, the name I understand, but like, why do you care about my designation if you want me to be the one going and talking with them? It isn't like you'd ask me my designation if you called in or something.
Sorry,
okay, yeah, you know what? Sure, at least... What were you saying? I heard you trying to say something, so...
Oh, you were getting a little pixelated on my end.
You're good now.
Oh, okay. In that case, what was the last coherent part that you heard?
He was asking me, why do you want to know my designation, I think is what he was saying.
Yeah, so backtracking a little bit, he goes, why do you want to know my designation of all things? Like, you want me to be the one talking with the rest of the garrison anyway, and if you call in, you aren't gonna ask for me by designation, you just use my name. Now, okay, yeah, sure, the name, my name's Rona Enon.
Rona Enon, okay. It's also good to know who you're dealing with. Again, I don't deal with a lot of troopers. It's bad for business to deal with a lot of troopers on the far rim planets. But now we've had to necessitate a rapid adaptation of our enterprises. And so Rona Tenon, it is a pleasure to meet you. And you would speak to who in your designation?
What?
You would contact in your dispatch, and you wouldn't talk to this scary ISB. You probably have a friend, someone who's working in the garrison, who you'd contact to forward that information up, correct?
I use the comm link to call dispatch, and whoever in dispatch picks up is who I talk to.
Fair enough. Again, how you guys do things is a little different than how we do things. We haven't had to deal with the Imperial ISB presence, so we've just kind of left you all alone. But now, the way things are, it kind of necessitated us doing some rapid understanding of how each other's worlds work. So you'd contact dispatch, and you'd inform them about things. Tenant. Okay. So, hypothetically, you would then transmit this data to dispatch, or you would go back to dispatch and transmit the data directly. I figure
I'd make
you can't
a field report, and then I'd go back and I'd have to make an actual report, and then probably another like 3 incident reports over each of the various things that totally happened, not allegedly, and actually happened, like part of the cliff breaking off, and then all of that sort of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, I know, paperwork. But I appreciate you being candid about that. So you'd have to fill out probably 3 forms, and you'd probably have to explain all that. So if I'm understanding this correctly, Mr. Tenen, you will go and you would take your data and you would bring it to your garrison. You'd fill out your 3 forms. You would ideally not be murdered by the ISB, and you would ideally not mention the solid credits that you might have, because that would then result in questions that might result in you not being not shot by the ISB. So that sounds like a good starting of a plan. Or is there anything we're missing here?
And him reporting in would mean that that we don't get another set of troops coming out here and looking for what happened.
Mm-hmm.
I can see that possibly being useful.
So how do you let me hear what you would say, just so I can hear that you've got your plan set. It helps when you're dealing with situations that are extremely stressful like this one, if you vocalize it and say it with me. So, hello, it's me, Tenen, reporting in. We had a mechanical failure with the cliff face, and was
well,
dead.
Already pretty wrong, because when I call in, I'd have to give my full name and my designation.
Okay, so
I'd have to give the operation, potentially operation sub designation. For this one, it'd be a sub designation. I'd have to say date, time, all a bunch of technical stuff that I have to basically go through, and then write down another 4 times in the reports. But
okay.
Yeah, introduction happens where I call in, I give all the normal stuff.
So the reason I say that is because I have found in this field, when needing to fabricate anything, it helps to go over it a couple of times. Because if you mess this up, you're going to be dead. And the ISB is going to be curious. That's bad for me, that's bad for you. Now, if you'd like, we can write it down, get it perfect, and then we'll go with that. Because, that's better for you, and that's better for me. I want to make sure that you can pull this off. So, it's in both our interests to work through it until we get it right. So, from the top, I am reporting in Rona Tenen designation. Son, I'll let
Regis,
you
I'm going to interrupt you here because you said something. You said write it down, so he's reaching for where he knows his piece of flimsy should be.
Oh.
That's fine.
And he's
Yes,
not
we-
going to
His-
find it
his-
there because you
His
took it from
flimsy's
him.
not there.
Yeah, we stripped it. We stripped everything from you. If you're looking
Yeah.
for something.
He is entirely naked.
Yeah, I mean, he would know that he doesn't have it on him. This isn't a dangerous thing. We know that he knows he doesn't have it on
Yeah.
him. He's nude, or apparently Fervis has him stripped.
I thought he still had his underclothes, but yeah.
Oh no.
I
Fervis had Arf take even the underclothes.
Oh,
I'm not
I
even
mean,
going to
that-
skip a beat. That's irrelevant. We
that
know that
doesn't-
information.
No, but it's important
If-
because it means that you
Wait.
took the thing off of him and potentially already know it.
if
Yeah.
we would I have put the flimsy back? Would I have thought to put the flimsy back? I'm going.
Well, if he's
is it all right?
completely naked, where would you
Dude.
even put it back?
Put it back.
No, fair.
And then you
fair.
would have had to move it, and he would have known that you had taken it and put it back on him. The point is, oh, you're looking for your paper. Yes, we have that. And yes, we did know a little bit more than we let on. I had to see if you were trustworthy. If you had lied to us from the start, then, well, again, that's why we have a dead stormtrooper. Anyways. In fact, you do look like you want to write that down. So, do you mind fetching that paper for him so our friend here...
Pull it out. Hand it over to you. with
Okay, now let's
with
go over
the
this.
equivalent of pen or pencil or something.
Yeah, I don't know if it's like a touchscreen.
Use like a little stylus thing, and you basically just like write on it. It's basically a piece of paper you can clear over and over and over again, and there's a
Oh,
little
it's a-
stylus.
Oh yeah, those like those things.
Okay.
Okay.
So a stylus.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, so, now that we have our paper, let's start from the beginning because we have to make this perfect. So there's going to be some practicing. You are in possession of this data that we want to send of the temple that you've discovered. And unfortunately, you had your unfortunate incident, and that's why you had your delay, but you still completed your objective, and you're going to fill out the paperwork, and you're going to be thankful you're not going to die. So you know you have to be afraid of the ISB, gentlemen, but you know that you're going to pull it through because you're going to be useful to me. So what are you going to say? This
How
is,
he
again...
gonna explain the armor? Well,
How is he going to explain? He's going to have to figure that out with us. The missing gear, we could potentially give him back his damaged gear, but then as far as the damage, well,
That's
there could...
blaster fire.
No, because I'm not showing back up with the damn armor anyway.
That's fair. You know, there was an
Exactly.
accident. He doffed his armor so he could climb back up. It was too cumbersome without the thing.
You do
marking
realize that I'm injured, right? No. I'm gonna say that part of the cliff fucking hit me and sheared off my armor.
There you go.
Perfect.
That's
There we
perfect.
go.
Yeah, and he doffed it because it was no longer practical to keep on, and that'll work. Okay. So, what are you going to say? Let's start from the top. You're gonna connect to the comm. Go.
All right. So I'd start by going. This is ridiculous, but okay. I'll start by going. Dispatch. This is Rona Annan calling in. Designation PK 7624 on Operation Nightfall-7. I'm calling to report an incident. My assigned partner has had an accident, but mission has been completed. Part of the cliff face destabilized while we were searching through it in order to attempt to locate mission objective. There was a casualty, could not retrieve body, equipment damage of my own. My armor has been destroyed in the accident. It was sheared off of me, but it did save me at least. I have completed the mission objective. I'll be reporting in person. The initial call would go something like that, and then after that, there's all the paperwork and in-person debriefings that I'd have to give anyway about it.
All right.
But, I'd bring up a bunch of stuff about how, the weather was awful and, it must have destabilized part of the cliff and all
that
this,
storm
all
was
that.
terrible. Yeah, and yeah, that makes perfect sense with that terrible storm that came out of nowhere. The weather out here can be quite dramatic.
I'm already going through like pictures and stuff and video and to so I can actually have something for this guy to
I'm wondering, yes.
to actually use.
That
Assuming
is a
that we do let him go.
Of course we will. But as far as the equipment failure that we had, with your armor being damaged because the rock fell on you, how would we go about getting that data of the cliff face that you needed to report back? If we were to have that in a data format, how would you get it in the event that your equipment failed?
I wouldn't. I'd say that I saw it personally while trying to descend to find my partner, came across the exact descriptor that was given to me, so I could still get a successful mission report, because, I was supposed to see if it was there. I was supposed to take a couple of pictures, but it was more about confirmation, and we'd send another team later.
Mm-hmm. And you can then inform them that they're going to need much better climbing gear because the cliff face is quite unstable. But you did complete your objective, and you pushed through diligently because you are an excellent Imperial employee. And perhaps after this ISB is all done and the right wheels are greased, maybe you'll even have a better position in the garrison someday, where you could continue to help make sure that these troops do not cross paths with us, because friends are nice to have. But aside from the future, we're thinking about the now. You're going to have to fill out 3 forms, and you're going to have to send them into the garrison. That will probably be the most tedious part, but that's probably the part that you kind of have to make sure you do right. Thankfully, we do have this paper, so we can take the flim and move it down and look down here. What are the 3 reports that you had to write? You mentioned that there was the incident report of the actual untimely occurrence of your fellow trooper. And
No, there's more than that. I said I'd have to fill out the incident, like the mission report, and then there'd be at least another 3 that I'd have to fill out. Maybe more, depending on what that ISB guy wants.
There's
going to be at least 3 other forms I got to fill out, though.
Yep.
One to report the loss of, one to report the loss of issued equipment. One to, put out an incident report about, having, there being a casualty on the mission. There's going to be another report that I'm going to have to give. It's going to be a massive headache for me. But again, that doesn't really. I don't really think that matters much to you, because I have to go and fill out all the paperwork anyway. And if any of this paperwork is wrong, it's going to come down on my head, not too much your guys's. And unless you happen to have some other spare Imperials around in your organization, you don't know our organizational structure, so I don't know how you'd help me with the paperwork.
Well, it's more I have to understand. Exactly. You're the only one. That's why we have to keep you alive. All this plan hinges on you being able to do all of these things. And I'm just trying to make sure that you do it correctly, because here's my concern. And I know you're not thinking about it because it's scary and it's something that most people avoid scary thoughts. But if you do the paperwork wrong and somebody notices that the paperwork's wrong, they might bring you in for questions. And with the ISB around, those questions can be painful. As you explained to me earlier, you want to make sure this is perfect. And we have a piece of phlegm here that we can make sure that things are perfect with, because you have to go in and make these reports.
Well,
And then,
yeah, but I don't have the reports on me, so I can't exactly mock fill them out. I just know
Okay.
what reports I'm going to have to file.
Okay, so I understand this correctly. You have to file these reports into the system. And when you do, it's all digital and you're putting in that information. And you just have to make sure that all of this information is consistent.
Kill with boredom before he can even make the report.
You have to cross all the I's and dot all the T's. Is that everything? Once you make those reports, you're free to go and you can go and rest after this arduous mission, or what would happen to you then?
What
Ideally,
happens is whatever dispatch says happens.
Okay.
They might keep me in to have, because there was a fatality on the mission. There was a casualty. I'm going to have to go through I'm going to have to give a debriefing on that in person. I'm going to have to in person make all of these reports. Not these ones, but I mean, I'm going to have to talk with, my command. I'm going to have to talk with my commanding officer. I'm going to have to talk with dispatch. I'm probably going to have to talk with at least one of the ISB guys, other people that he keeps around to report to him, because technically speaking, this is his damn mission, so however much else paperwork he wants me to fill out, I gotta fill that out too. And but yeah, there's going to be a litany of different forms and reports that I'm going to have to fill out.
Can you do it reliably? Is the important thing.
Yeah, I can fill out the reports.
Cool.
They aren't hard to fill out. It's just time consuming, and you need to know what all of the different. I got to know that if I fill out this form, I also fill out this form as a follow up, and for the equipment destruction one, I'm going to have to be really specific with the verbiage I use, because if not, it's going to get put on my head, and they're gonna garnish my pay, so that way, in order to recoup the loss if they found that I was negligent in some way with the equipment. And so if I just say, equipment was destroyed on mission with no other things, they're going to say, oh, you didn't give enough detail, so we're finding you negligent. So
Right.
I just have to be really verbose and give a lot of detail, but the detail is also basically whatever the hell I say it is. So, I'm going to go over about how, the weather was awful. There weren't any prior signs of destabilization of the cliff face. Of course, we performed all the proper testing before moving down. It appears that it destabilized after we were already climbing. Yeah, all that sort of stuff, where basically it just shows, hey, I'm not at fault for it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just going to be a time-consuming mess, and it's going to be like my next 2 days.
And I mean, how important will that all be if you? Well, I guess you wouldn't want to know that.
Very
worried about the
very important.
Weren't you the one that was all concerned about me filling out everything and dotting my I's and crossing my T's?
I was more concerned about the docking of your pay, and I was thinking, yes, that's right. You don't want them to know that you have a much more lucrative enterprise. So yes, you want things to continue normal. That's how you'd normally
Much
act.
more lucrative enterprise. We're paying off the guard.
Yes, and this is potentially the only time we'll have a nice, useful gentleman that we could potentially work with in the future. If we
we're in
pay
the
him
honor room. So long as I don't say I took a bribe, I'm good.
That's fair. So then no one would really care.
Literally say nothing about it. And even if people think I might have taken a bribe, who the hell cares? Most of them probably have to.
So even the suspicion of you getting a bribe isn't a big deal, except for
No,
potentially
the bribe isn't the problem.
Okay. Just
now, if it was in, if it wasn't in hard creds, then it's gonna get tracked anyway, and it'll get automatically reported, all that. So
Oh, yeah,
long as if I
that's
show up with a slightly heavier wallet that's filled with some hard creds, no one's gonna blink an eye.
Mm-hmm. All right then. And honestly, yeah, that does make a far better situation for you, because if that's the norm, um, you won't have to be quite as stressed, but you still want to make sure that you keep things well within the realms of feasibility, especially with our scary ISB agent here. I was just concerned about what would attract his interest, but that's the thing about the ISB. No one really knows about them. So, um, I just have
I
to
don't
determine.
I don't know what's
Oops,
gonna attract his interest.
that's fair. And I have to make the decision that this is going to work or not. So, tell me honestly, do you think this is going to work, or is there something more we should add?
I mean,
Because it's your life on the line too.
look, it isn't like there's anyone else alive that can, besides you guys, but you're the ones wanting me to do this anyway. There's no one else alive who can possibly besmirch my report in whatever the hell I'm saying.
So as long as you're the only one who says a report, and there's no one contradicting you, and the mission gets done, I'm thinking that you're saying that things just kind of go, especially because the ISB wants the thing to get done. And if it gets done,
Yeah, so
and
long
they don't
as
worry about the details.
so long as I dot my I's and cross my T's on the official reports, no one's gonna care.
Okay, so the official reports are the big one, and that's the one that we need to make sure is perfect. All right, so you have a plan. Is that the entire plan? That you think that will work, and then you don't have to worry about him trying to kill you, and everything can be hunky dory, and we could potentially work with you in the future about our other agencies' operations
may
in the other
be
locations.
Yeah, I think that this can work, and that it will work. I'm just going to have to spend my next few days doing paperwork.
That's fair. All right. But before we finalize these negotiations, do you know what direction your troops are heading next, or is this you only know about this particular endeavor? Because again, we have operations throughout the forests and areas around the port that we don't want to come across with you guys again, because paperwork is terrible for you and for me, and we don't want to be tortured and caught and have to reveal that we worked with you or anything, So it's in all our interest to work together here.
Well, the most specific I could really be is all over the planet.
Okay.
Okay.
Like, not everywhere on the planet, but the guy wants the entire Imperial garrison, across the planet, looking around for these sorts of places.
Standing and not knowing it all.
Ooh, that was loud.
But I presume that if there was some sort of disturbance somewhere else, it would not be enough to deter these groups from being in an area looking for these temples.
Yeah, there being something that goes wrong with one of them will do absolutely nothing to slow down the others.
Okay. I appreciate your honesty. See, I knew you were someone I could work with. Is there any other questions before we consolidate this plan and make it happen, guys?
I'm just ready for this headache to be over.
Yes, I know you can't stand an Imperial. You've been most helpful so far. And at this point, I will say I will go over it one more time with my gentleman here. I am Rona Tenon, 7624 Operation Nightfall 7, calling in to report an incident. My assigned partner has had an accident, but the mission is completed. Part of the cliff face has come off of the side of the cliff, and there was a casualty. I could not retrieve the body. There was some minor equipment damage.
Not minor, because
Yes. My
we
armor was
lost
shot.
all of it.
Yes. I repeat, however, I did complete the mission objective. I do have a casualty to report, and I'm coming back to the station, or coming back to the garrison. Back to the garrison.
Make his report.
To
Yeah,
make
we got that.
my report.
He
Okay.
You left
he
out the
knows
TK.
what he's doing.
TK?
Yeah, my designation. TK 7624.
Yeah.
Thank you. See, we're dotting the I's, making sure that you said it all correctly to me before you have to say it. Because, again, with these sorts of situations, it's the little things that mess you up.
Yeah, and they might, when it comes to that report, they might ask me, like, follow-up questions.
Like the name of the casualty and his designation, perhaps?
Yeah, things like that. You know, it's just going to be like again, dotting I's, crossing T's. They're going to. I don't know if they'll actually care because I already said that I'm coming back in person already.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, it's gonna be stuff like that, and I guess if they might do some biometric checks to make sure that I'm, like, you know, not gonna bleed out or something, because the bike is bio-locked anyway, so.
Oh, so only you can fly it.
Well, me or my partner.
Okay.
The bikes get... The land speeders get bio-locked to the, you know, to the troopers using them. It's local procedure, so only I or him could activate it, but you already said that he's dead, so... Right now, I'm the only one who can activate it, so they'll probably check my biometrics when I start the bike and make the call. They could, you know, look in on that.
They can confirm that.
They might ask for... They might ask for, like, you know, some specific, you know, situation codes for the local area situation, but... Again, the only parts that I really need to have, like, ahead of time that isn't the equivalent of being asked, like, the equivalency of me asking you, hey, what time is it? And you just being able to, like, look and check, or I guess you do smuggling, so you said you were what was it? You were security, so it being like, oh, hey, who's in charge in this area? Like, you would already know, like, who you left for, or
So,
who will
situation codes. That's a good one to go in. If situation has been resolved and you need to go out of not being an alert or to, like, an all clear, is that sort of what you would be doing? What kind of situation codes?
They might ask if, you know, if it's something where maybe they're trying to ask if, you know, there's been any other trouble or signs of, like, you know, rebel activity or other combatants or anything like that. If they think that, like, you know, maybe there was sabotage as a part of it, I'd have to give...
Go on.
I'd have to give, you know, a specific code or just something like that. It's not the most... It's not the most complicated. It's bureaucratic bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
And it's always knowing those little details. And I was thinking ahead of time that potentially, way after all of this stress is done, you potentially might be able to use those codes to say that the situation is normal or something like that. So that, you know, yeah, well, you know, that's sometimes how operations go. Situations are normal and you can, you know, relay that information. I'm trying to make sure that I understand that that's what he's doing. All right, so then you'd give those codes if you needed to, and for the most part, it sounds very much like you do have a pretty good plan here. What was your buddy's name? You keep not you referring
Sam,
to
it
him.
was Sam. You
Sam?
referred to him earlier. It was
Yeah,
Sam.
when you
I-
mentioned it, I called him Sam. Yeah, his name's Sam, but he's dead, so what does it matter?
Yeah.
I'm
All
sorry
right.
for your loss.
Anyways,
Yes. All right. And, so you go onto your speeder. It's biolocked to you, and that sounds like that's the good way to resolve this plan. It sounds like we're pretty much resolved here. Do you have anything that has your designation on your body, or how would you
he knows his designation. He doesn't need to keep a slip of paper with
Okay.
it.
Okay. I was just curious. Okay. So I think we're pretty much done here then, right? Everyone's got what they needed, right?
He just needs
You
to
want
be
me
paid.
to call in and do all this stuff and then give the report that you want, and you pay me off. I keep my head down, and you already know my name. I don't really have a comm link anymore, but you know.
You can use the one on the speeder. We already discussed this. We've got a plan. Remember it. All right.
Yeah. So,
We have
if
to
I
make
end up
sure you-
having to use code, I'll give the all clear. Yeah.
the all
Yeah.
clear. Okay. Just make
The all
sure you
clear,
have
yep.
it correctly. All right. We're good here?
Yeah, I mean, you seem to want to know all the things, so but got anything else that you want to cover with me?
Well, like I said, I want to make sure that you go through everything correctly, because if you hesitate, you stammer, you're dealing with the ISB. So, it helps to make sure you say everything clearly. And yes, I wanted to make sure we had all the dots crossed between you and us so that we knew everything. But it
Yeah.
sounds
I'll give the ECC 1T.
okay. Then you'll give the ECC 1T. That won't be a duress code or anything, because you don't want to be murdered by the ISB after the fact.
Now, if I call it a distress code right now, I'm more likely to get killed than anyone else. Because you guys can run away. I'm gonna have to report back, at which point they're just gonna kill me. For failing and losing to smugglers. They'll probably label you as rebels just to make my failure more severe, but...
Yeah, and neither of us want that. The rebels are, now that's just a terrible name to give some less optimal reputable businessmen. Rebels would be a very bad name.
heroes.
What was that, Captain?
Wannabe heroes. That's what the rebels are.
Yeah, no one wants to be a hero today. Not you, not us, right? Nobody wants to die. Everything good? We've got the plan? What do y'all think?
Everything's good. We just need to pay him now. And get him
All
back
right.
to his bike.
All right, let's pay him. All right, and at that point, I will pull out my blaster and shoot him.
Alrighty. Well, he's definitely going to be surprised, so go ahead and, make that for free, no evasion.
And I'm sure everyone else has wanted to kill this guy for a very long time. I'm sorry. Thank you for all your patience.
I just wanted this to be over. That was painful.
I know, it's like pulling teeth. All right.
Regis, that was painful.
It was important. All right, now
Can we avoid doing this in the future, please?
I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm so sorry that
it's
it went bad for
fine.
you.
It's fine.
Okay, so attack roll is accuracy roll is 4, so
Yep, against 0 evasion.
Yeah.
Yep,
And then
you're
roll
definitely hitting.
damage. Which is 3.
You are dealing damage to him.
And I'll be right behind him on that. Make sure it happens. And here's my damage.
All right. Well, I'll definitely say that he's dying from this.
Perfect.
Cool.
At this point, Regis will have started repeating the phrase that he heard as far as the
report?
Rana Tenon. And at that point, you will actually notice that his voice starts to sound very much like the guy he spent this whole time talking back and forth with.
Oh. Oh, do you have some sort of ability that lets you mimic? Is that what this is? Is that the whole point of that entire charade?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry. But yes, at that point, yeah. In fact, my character will attempt to do the shape-shifting feat.
All right, the become other one.
It's actually the let me go through
Whatever the name is, the one where you become another person.
Yeah, impersonate.
Yeah.
How long do you have to spend talking to a guy to pull that off?
Technically only like a couple of minutes, but he was trying to detail fish.
Yeah, I kind of had to know, the reports and what I was going to say. I don't know much about Imperial Protocol.
That's why you needed the exact what was going to be said. Oh my gosh. I'm
sorry.
Okay, just out of curiosity, in the future, if we have to do that again,
Can we
fast track that?
I'm very sorry it took so long.
Now that we've done it once, can we fast track that in the future? Please.
Do the rewind or do the fast forward.
Hit the fast forward button.
Just get the name and TK number.
I'm sorry it took so long, but I clubbed a few things and I kind of had to calm the guy down. I was trying to in character.
You said like you needed to calm down too.
Yeah, but those little details, like him pulling out the pen, I had to make it look like he was going to get out of this situation and not die, or he wouldn't have given me that information truthfully. So I had to frame it as I was helping him help us. But honestly, I can't.
I get you. I get you. I 100% get you. All that. It all makes sense now. But oh my gosh.
I'm sorry if that wasn't entertaining. I'm sorry.
That was painful. It was good. It was fine.
The payoff was awesome.
The payoff was great, but the build-up was painful.
So let's see here. As far as abilities, I think I have to roll for it.
I knew what he was going for, but yeah, that was just like, oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
Going.
It's fine. It's fine. It's just not. Let's just. Fast
also, you don't
need
to roll to do it. You need to roll to revert.
Okay, so that would be that would actually be the thing that, because technically I have been doing it this whole time. So I would have to revert and then go back. Yeah. Okay.
Wait. So the Regis we knew this whole time was not the actual Regis.
Yep.
That's why I said you have to you'd have to revert first, technically.
Yeah, so reverting changes. If you'd like to revert changes, you need to made a presence or insight check. All right. So presence or insight. So my highest one is presence. So that would be.
That would explain why you have a presence score, despite not seeming
Despite
personable.
appearing very mild mannered.
Oh yes, Regis is a complete idiot. Obviously, he's a boy.
Oh my gosh!
Now you understand me.
Oh my gosh!
So that would be.
You need to get, one success.
Mind, presence, cunning, I guess.
Roll the dice.
Roll the dice.
Get a -1.
6. So that would be a 6 die.
I mean, you guys technically also could have found out if he died, because if he dies, he reverts.
Right.
Yeah, that's why I
Yep.
was afraid when I got zapped by the bot. If the bot had actually killed me, I'd have reverted. They'd have thought I was like a copy who had come to scan Fervis, and they'd have dumped me. That would have sucked.
That would have sucked. But yeah, nope. With that, you're able to revert back.
Reverts. So what does Regis look like now before he takes on the new form?
It's kind of reptilian in nature, sort of.
Yes, I'm actually if you know what a Claudite looks like, it's basically the thing that tried to kill Padme.
Yeah, I'll send another picture in the.
And it appears it's not ready yet, but I did have another talkie in the works for Claudite Regis. So
I'll be honest, I was not expecting it to be needed this soon. Otherwise, I would have fast-tracked it a bit.
I kind of implied that I was going to try and do that to you, Fervis. I was trying to and that's why I was glad you helped me make it happen. But that was like the plan, and I figured that would help with our relations as the party, so we can all kind of come together a little bit better. And
If you had been more forthcoming, Krill wouldn't have pushed so hard to kill the stormtrooper. If we were gonna be using a little bit of guile.
I liked
had
that
the
you
means to
seemed
pull
like
it
you
off.
wanted to kill him, because that meant that I could act like I was on his side, that I was holding back the flood of angry pirates.
I see. Use Krill's animosity against the Imperials to your advantage. Very, very shrewd.
So watching this happen,
I now look like the Imperial trooper. See, we didn't need him after all.
Chomp.
Is that in character or?
Lamau.
Oh, Fervis is absolutely chomping at this thing that he's probably never run into before.
Oh,
As in, you're attacking me?
Chomp.
Stomp. Well, you're gonna need to roll accuracy then.
And this is when I crit and wind up getting enough to just insta-kill.
No.
Oh boy.
Is Krill is Regis gonna be screaming out in terror?
If
More
Fervis,
than likely.
is that enough to hit?
Okay. Oh boy.
So what's your physical evasion?
Physical evasion is... physical evasion is 2. So, yeah.
It is enough to hit. However,
Are you weak to
As
mythic?
Fervis,
I am psionic shadow, so... Offhand, anyone know if I'm weak to mythic?
Yes.
Ionic?
Oh.
Yes, I think you're actually double.
Oh no.
Oh no.
He is weak
actually,
against
you're
psionic,
mythic.
but with the psionic side he's weak, but with the shadow side
Shadow,
he's
it goes neutral. Yeah. I forgot
so
that Shadow
strong
was so
against
good
mythic.
versus Mythic.
So it's actually evens out.
Neutral. Yeah, so it's sevens.
Neutral.
Only weak to bots, and now you see why I'm racist to bots. I can't imitate them.
I like that.
As Regis's entire head just disappears inside Fervis's maw.
As Fervis lunges forward, I do train my my rifle on Fervis. Go, hey, don't hurt him. He's still
Krill
mine.
comes running through the brush with her blaster drawn. What is going on?
Rob?
He will glare, but then release Regis.
So that's like 1 chip damage, right? Because I get damage reduction on the 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you would have definitely heard Darrow, not Darrow, sorry, Roma Tenon would have screamed as you bit him and put him in your mouth, and you'd hear just this muffled scream of the stormtrooper.
Krill is gonna see 2 of the same person, one dead, one standing there, being like, "What?"
Except for I am.
Go back. We've got this handled.
My clothes are still the same. It's just it looks like one's dead in a stormtrooper fatigues, and the other one's wearing my gear.
Well, no, the one is...
Regis just might have a couple things to explain when we get back.
Krill's just gonna turn around and say to herself, "I need a drink."
Regis?
Yes?
Is there anything else you need to tell me before we keep going forward?
Well, you can keep calling me Regis. That's fine. It's a good way. That's who you met. So, as far as anything else you'd like me to tell you, what would you want to know? Now that you
I just need to know that I can trust my my crew. That's all.
Well, Captain Amy, if I didn't trust you to have my best interests at heart, I would have not showed you that trick. Because now I will have a lot harder time disappearing from your employ.
Good.
In fact, that was very much a trust thing, and well, yes, apparently, yes. Sorry, Fervis. I suppose that I have that deserved to a certain extent, but I'm not obvious about my secrets. I didn't know yours was a secret, how obvious it was. If I had known, I wouldn't have scanned you. And it's exact reason why I took out my my own biosignatures from that scanner you took. I wasn't sure if I was going to decide to trust you all. But now that the ISB is involved, and there's a good chance that they will cross paths with us again, I think it's very important that I bring all of my capabilities to the table.
Yeah.
I came to these temples with you guys. That wasn't the entire reason I was here. I am also interested in some of the biological things that we have encountered in the temples. In fact, biology is one of the things I am rather interested in, and as you can see, I do like to study things, particularly the things I can copy, but I also am interested in the more finer nuances. It's about the details, after all.
Okay. No, I think I'm fine. Fervis, are we going to have any more issues?
He squints at Regis, but then shakes his head.
Good.
That is why you bit me, right?
I did not know what you were.
Neither did I.
We all have our secrets. That's fine. I don't mind there being secrets, just so long as those secrets don't bite the crew. Please. Giving a slight look at Fervis and a little smile.
But I think after that bite, I think we're completely even on that, Fervis, because I revealed you one of my secrets, and how you reacted was just about as well as me with that bioscanner. Now, if we weren't in this together right now, I might have taken offense to it. But we do have bigger threats to deal with. The ISB and our pursuit of the temples. If the ISB is pursuing these temples, it will make spending time and investigating the Sith biotech in these temples a lot harder. So I thought having a little bit of Imperial protocol knowledge could be useful.
You made the right call there. It's if we're all good and there's going to be no more problems, I think it's best we get moving. Yes.
Well, I think a few of us are rather wounded who need their rest, but if you think that this place isn't safe to rest up, then yeah, we should probably get moving.
Yeah. You have a report to make. And we don't want to be here when our dead friend here doesn't actually make it back.
Correct. So you want me to go on that mission, eh, Captain?
Yeah.
Into the heart of the ISB?
No, you're not. You're not going to go back to the barracks and filing reports. You're just making the initial report over over the comms on the guy's bike, and then
yes. And then
hopefully
something
that
happens
delays. Yeah, hopefully that delays any backup coming in and searching the area.
Mm-hmm. And in fact, that could potentially work. It does burn the identity a bit. Obviously, the ISB will not be very pleased, but who knows? Maybe he was captured and he gained a bunch of information, and after the ISB incident, our friend here and his protocol numbers could come in handy elsewhere in the Empire.
I hope we don't have to try to reuse those after today, because if the guy doesn't report back, then his protocol is going to be flagged.
That is fair.
I could
his
bite his
protocol
speeder and claw it up a bit.
Make it look like a wild animal got to it.
He nods.
Could we... And I look to Fervis and I say, we could have the data of the temple being closed, perhaps transmit it to the speeder or something. Have it that, that the data was there if they do find the speeder. And because they found that it was accessed by his biosignatures, it would look like something unrelated happened to him. I give the report, and on the way back something happens, but they find the speeder because it's GPS tracked. And bing bang, we don't have that identity anymore, but the plan goes out roughly without a hitch.
Sounds good. All right, sounds like we have a plan.
Then again, we did pay for that guy to make it look like smugglers had held into that bunker or temple.
Did pay what? We didn't pay.
Greaves. You paid him in a
Oh,
favor.
Greaves.
Yeah, a
Yeah.
favor.
And he made it look like it was a smuggler hideout.
Yeah.
I'm going to go meditate. You all can figure this out.
Thank you for your help. It's in the details. I can modify his plan slightly if we think that there's something better that would suit us better. And remember, the difference between me and him is I don't care if Rona Tenon has an unfortunate fate to befall him when he returns back, because he will never return back if that were the case. And he'll drop off the map. And they'll think he went off and ran away because things didn't work out. Maybe he did take a bribe from smugglers and he tries to fabricate it poorly and then, runs off.
Do you intend to head back as our dead friend there? And just want to make sure that you're going to be safe, and you're going to be able to, and if you're going to go into such a situation, you're likewise going to be able to come back out.
Honestly, I really don't want to go within 500,000 feet of the ISB without knowing everything that I need to know, and I don't. But I can give a remote transmission if that place is safe. But if you guys don't think it's safe, then this guy's dead, and we learned a little bit about how their protocol works, and I know a very important thing that we got out of it. A very important code. ECC 1T, all clear. That could save our lives someday. If anything came out of that, we got that.
ECC 1T, all clear. All right.
You should also try asking, how are you?
So here's a good little important question. What is Fervis meditating on?
He is going to be meditating on what he's been learning so far from the temples and the holocrons. So part of it is going to be kind of thinking about how the Force Blast would work, but also kind of thinking about the mantra that the Sith use and trying to meditate on what he might have to do in the next temple.
Okay. In that case, I'm going to ask you for an important question. Are you aligning your meditation in any way? Are you doing light side, dark side, or trying to keep it neutral?
He's going to try and keep it neutral, but if he feels like he's getting nowhere with that, then he's going to let it slip dark side.
In that case, please roll insight initially.
He is going to use forceful for this because it does have to be do with the dark side, so he's still going to use that. gonna sold 1. 3.
3. All right. With that, I'm going to say that you get, some interesting things. You're going to get, you're going to get a very light sense that the next trial likely involves combat of some sort.
Proving strength. Okay. Because it was passion leads to strength, right?
Yes, through passion I gain strength.
Yeah.
The next line that you would also know is through strength I gain power.
Okay.
So there will be some form of combat that must happen. It doesn't seem like it's the most dangerous, but that there will be combat. However, you do have a particular feat right now, which is going to help you and your team out.
The danger sense?
You have the danger sense feat. And that code that was freely offered, you get a prick of danger about it.
The all clear code?
ECC1T. There's something dangerous about that.
Oh.
He's going to continue meditating, but this time letting the dark side in more. And trying to get a clearer picture about what that code means.
All right. Please keep it on insight.
Wrong window. Do we get any rerolls?
I think you got a
Yes.
reroll
Yes.
early
We
on.
did have one
very
prior
early.
roll.
May I use that because I don't want to get
Go
another
ahead.
point.
We're getting down to the end.
Go
anyway.
ahead.
Yeah. Sorry.
Why are you saying sorry?
It's fine, Regis. No worries.
Ooh, that's much better. 6.
6. It isn't it isn't quite said verbally, but you think you gain an understanding of what that code acronyms to. You think that stands for Enemy Contact Coercion Level 1 Terminal.
Knew the Empire couldn't be trusted. Out of character.
Right.
He's gonna kind of come out of his meditation and blink back to next to Regis and Amy.
Yeah. Maybe one day I'll get used to you doing that.
Probably not. That code is not all clear.
A quizzical look.
It's a warning
Okay.
that there is enemy contact and that they were using coercion.
Hmm.
It was a trap.
We just don't send the report. Let's just get out of here.
I agree. And that is just problems all around. Besides, they'll see the smugglers. Regardless, I can still use this identity as someone who potentially may be Empire who took a bribe when they find that the smugglers have gone. Now, after all of the whole ISB, I'm not going to take that form again till ISB's back. In fact, I will.
Yeah, I don't think it. I think it's best if you're not parading around as a trooper right now.
Oh, not
as
right
a
now.
known trooper.
Not with the ISB around. I would have to know way more. I mean, it's not like I could have asked Greaves for like an Imperial code book or something.
Except you absolutely could have.
Could have.
Out of game wink. Turns towards camera, winks.
But yeah. Yeah, so I will in fact try and drop this and go back to being Regis, because this is not a safe body to be if we're not going to go this route. And I don't want to be recognized by scanners as an errant trooper. That is not a botch.
Uh-oh.
It is not a botch, though. Does that... Let me read about that. When...
It's not negative.
You also have soul, and you also boost
oh,
dice.
I can
so you try to
boost
fix
dice
things.
it. I'll boost on the -1. As long as it's positive, I think I'm good, so...
Yeah. That's what-
Then RNGesus decides it's still a 1.
So that's 1d10.
You're good. Yeah, good.
All right, now you can turn back. Yep.
Yep, and then I'll be back to Regis.
Fun out-of-game fact, he thought it was really suspicious that you wanted to know everything, so he gave you a false code, but if he actually would have reported, he would have just took the bribe.
I suspected as much once after the fact, but like I can't trust all of the information now, but at least the protocol stuff and the stuff he was really like not interested in, the minutia, is the part I was digging into, because
Yeah.
Regis is going to have to start studying Imperial protocol before he ever tries to actually do it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no, if you guys just
Yeah.
bribed him, he would have gone along with it.
Oh, I know.
But he was just like, you guys were asking a lot of specifics that are really weird.
I had thought about it, but things were dragging on. I was like, I thought about the solution to that would have been like, we're going to be listening on your comms and make sure that you say everything you're saying. And that might have made him change his tune. But yeah.
To be fair, if he called it with an ECC 1T, it would have literally just been the dispatch would have acted completely normal until he came back in person.
Right.
And he would have never come back in person, but they'd have known that he was captured, which would have...
Yeah. Which means that if he came back, he would have then been through debrief, and he...
Yeah, it wouldn't have ended well. I did not want to go to the ISB at that point.
Yeah, no, you should.
I don't have
the correct choice. Do not go directly into the ISB temporary headquarters right now.
Oh, I knew it because of his fear. If he wasn't afraid, I wouldn't have been afraid, but because he was terrified, I knew it was too volatile and too dangerous for me to do that. I was not going to go into there.
All right.
That's just, well, that's kind of like Barnaby levels. I'm going to go play in the road with my rituals.
Yeah, but that's way worse than Barnaby's roadside rituals.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not playing with fire, that's playing with gunpowder.
But yeah, you guys going back now?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're going back now.
Fervis is just going to blink back right next to Krill.
Krill's just like, I really need a drink.
Well, good news.
Every
they
time
don't
you
know
say
anything.
that, I just want to do the meme thing of, well, I really need to pee. We share a common interest.
Oh, that meme. Yeah.
No.
Oh god, that meme.
That's an awful meme. That's awful. All right.
Though we share a common interest, no, we don't.
Nope.
So
Well,
was
look-
the giant waste of time a giant waste of time?
No, we learned about what the Empire knows about us, which is nothing. We have
they
that
know
on our
nothing. We that is guaranteed. They know nothing.
Good.
and the
I see.
smuggler plan will
Okay.
work.
Anyways,
At the very least, you
Uh,
guys did get a massive cover-up still.
Yeah.
and Fervis had the time to open another box.
Yeah, he did.
Well, that's
And
good.
that danger sense really kicked in for him, because otherwise you guys were going to use that code.
Yeah.
I opened up your sheet just to be like, he did take it, right? Right? Oh, he did. Good. Because otherwise, no one's going to know that that was a trap. Because danger sense works on traps, and it doesn't say only physical traps.
I mean,
Yeah.
it still could have
That's
been
the
okay
intention.
if I hadn't gone. Yeah, we would have just been in a worse off.
Yeah, it just would
slightly
have
worse
kicked
off.
the hornet's nest, but not given them a target.
They would have thought it was
They will have
smugglers.
been buzzing, but no target. Yeah.
Yeah, they would've
ISP
thought-
patrols would just increase in the city.
I mean, they're gonna
I mean,
increase
as
when they see the
is-
smuggler pit. It's just when.
And that the patrol never came back.
Yeah.
Yep.
But they're gonna see the smuggler. So either way, the coercion or other way, we would have been okay. I think if I had gone, I'd have died.
Well,
But-
yeah, no, you would have you would have fucking died.
But yeah,
Well, no, I
take-
wouldn't say died. I would have said been in dire need of rescue at the earliest opportunity.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Well-
That's my master level class. If I can ever impersonate ISB stuff, that's like me at endgame. But no, not now.
I guess it's a good thing that once we get a full rest, Fervis will be able to teleport up to long range.
Yeah. We're all needing a full rest. We haven't had a full rest for two sessions now.
Yep.
That is
I also gotta heal my wounds.
Out of character, that's more rest. We've had more rest than a lot of the games now. So
We
Hey,
have.
look, I'm just gonna say, I actually make time pass.
Yeah.
No DBZ's time shenanigans here.
That entire fight took 5 seconds. Wow, it lasted 10 episodes.
Yeah.
Hey, there's a reason why I didn't
still-
have the fight against the ace trainer. I just had him run away. It's like, okay, 2 sessions, that's enough. Done.
We get the point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. So we start heading back. Any troubles?
Nope, no troubles. But there is one interesting thing when you actually get back into town, which is there is a bunch of like mercenary-looking guards standing outside the hangar you parked at. They have an interesting symbol on.
We start
Oh,
rolling back
what's
into
the
town as a
symbol?
giant tumbleweed.
Yep. Of which people are damn confused, but yeah, they're definitely not stopping you.
And does the tumbleweed facade disappear after we're in town, or?
You asked to get back to the ship, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
So it's up until we're in the ship.
Nice.
Yeah.
Which
Tumbleweed
means
rolls
you guys
into
might
the
be
ship.
seen dismounting from a tumbleweed.
Oh no, we'll be
Well,
in
you're
the ship
parked
by the time.
in the ship, so
Yeah.
Tumbleweed
You'll
rolls
see a
into the
tumbleweed
ship.
roll up a ramp and into the ship.
Yep. On the inside, you see that most of the other ships have left. There are still a handful others, mostly in your area. But across the way, you are able to see that there is a Remember that speeder you saw the other day, the KST 100 earlier today?
The
Yeah.
fancy ship?
The fancy ship. The fancy ship is there.
The fancy ship is there. Oh, fun!
Now that you're there, you're also able to see that emblazoned on the fancy ship sides is the same symbol that you're seeing on those mercenary-looking guards.
Huh.
Are they?
Looks like
Are
a
they
it looks like a
standing?
mismatch between a K and a C.
Are they standing in front of our ship in particular, or?
All around, but there are some near your ship.
So when we came in, there were all the ships were gone, or most of the ships?
No,
were
most
gone?
of them. It seems like most of the place is cleared out.
I would mention that to Amy that whoever they are, if they are looking for another contestant or it ever comes up, they're gonna notice that the ship has been parked here the whole time.
I'm all for moving ship. Yes.
This tumbleweed seems
But
so
yeah,
much more
does anyone
inconspicuous
stop
now.
the tumbleweed from rolling up into the ship?
No.
Cool. It rolls up into the ship, and the hangar bay, or not hangar, the cargo doors close and behind it.
I will say, currently the hangar roof area thing is closed.
Okay.
I assume
So we
that
can't move the ship.
I assume that the bay that our ship is in is unoccupied, though, right?
Yeah, no, there's like a couple of the mercenary guys standing near like the entrance of where your ship is docked. The overall ship hangar thing appears to be entirely closed off. Like, you guys can't fly out unless you want to ram the ceiling, and that's not really recommended.
You know.
But there's no other ships in your specific bay, but there are other bays that are occupied. Almost everything else is completely clear except for this Kestrel Light Executive.
So essentially, we're not leaving here unless we make a big ruckus doing so.
I mean, we haven't asked we haven't checked with
we
haven't checked with traffic control. Maybe they
Yeah.
can give, yeah.
So yeah, go ahead and park the truck in our cargo bay, which is now closed after we're in it. So I think I need to go have a chat with traffic control and see what the situation is.
We should be able to contact the dockmaster on comms. That's what I started trying to show him at dockmaster.
Right, doc. Yes. Yeah. I go ahead and head to the captain's or not to the piloting and I flip on comms and see if I can contact the what would be the baymaster or whatever it is.
Yeah, dockmaster.
Dockmaster.
Yeah. Which you would be able to. He sounds tired.
Ooh.
Yeah, what do you need, Doc?
Sounds like you've had a long day. Real quick, I noticed things seem a little closed up and quiet in a way. Everything going on? Everything all right?
Some executive big shot rolled into town and effectively bought out 90% of the hangar, like in terms of space.
Ah, okay. Am I gonna have any issues with if I want to leave and head to another hangar on the planet somewhere?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. For whatever reason, this guy, his name is Daku Nor, Nemoidian, in case that tells you anything, has been paying people to leave, but only after having a conversation with them, and then renting out the space the moment it becomes available. I don't know what he's talking about. Business opportunity, that, and his vision for this, and technically speaking, according to the higher ups, I'm not supposed to open up the hangar, actual, like, the upper hangar doors, unless he gives permission for it, because apparently, and I didn't know this was possible, he's rented the hangar doors too.
That sounds. Oh no. That sounds like some Imperial BS is going on.
I don't know
I
if
were
it's
to throw a
Imperial
guess.
BS. I know that apparently they're from the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate. It's some sort of trading group. So
Kal'Shebbol
they have
Conglomerate.
Imperial charters, so...
Alright, out of character, would I know about the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate?
You've never heard of the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate, but you do know what Kal'Shebbol is. Kal'Shebbol is another planet, Outer Rim, and it's also a very well-known trade planet. So, it's mostly populated by humans and Twi'leks and some other various species, but that's like the notable populations.
Cool. Do you know what they're wanting or what I can expect to be talking to him about if I go and talk to him?
He's been talking about business opportunities.
Business opportunities. That's vague.
It's vague, but also, according to what I'm seeing, the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate has Imperial Charter for trading in basically anything at once.
That's fun. And you're not allowed to open the hangar doors without their say-so.
Yeah. And if I do, there's gonna be a massive stink about it, and I'm gonna get fired, and I don't... It's a headache, but I'm not losing my job over this.
You're not going to lose your job over this, so...
Just go hear out whatever his business opportunity is. Take his bribe to take away the spot and leave.
Alright. Sounds like a plan.
So, do you know if is it just for this area, or is it for any dock on the planet?
I called over, nothing on any of the other docks. It's this one.
It's just this dock in particular. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
By the way, I don't know if you know this or not, but that's also become a lot harder. Just trying to make calls to other parts of the planet. I had to go through, 5 approval processes.
Alright. I'll make sure to dot my I's and cross my T's. Thank you very much, Dockmaster. And go and close comms and... Well, before we leave, I'm gonna have to go talk to some people. Hey Sen, going back to talk to everyone. Hey Sen.
Yes, Captain?
So where to next?
Well, we've gotten the easy ones from that are near the main city here. Next is a place where it's far more out in the wilderness. According to the geographical surveys and data I looked at, there isn't really, there isn't really any forest there, so it should be fairly simple to find a decent place to land nearby to the temple.
Right. Okay.
We shouldn't even have to get out and look for it. We could probably just, stay in the ship and hover at low altitude until we find the right place.
Right. All right.
So where is this conversation happening?
This would be
public area.
Yeah, this would be back in the public area.
Okay, so
Okay.
Arf is probably there. Fervis is going to speak through Arf. Because, he doesn't want to be visible. I will say the next one will have fighting in it.
But then we better be well rested too.
Yeah.
Looks like I'm going to go talk to some people before we can get out of here.
I'll join you in that, since it is a business interest. Likely. And ship interest.
Yeah. Hey, Tal, what was the name of this conglomerate again?
The Kal'Shebbol. It's the title.
Kal'Shebbol. The Kal'Shebbol conglomerate.
Yep, and the guy and the dockmaster said that the guy's name was Dakunor.
Dakunor.
And he's a Nemoidian.
Nemoidian. What were the Nemoidians again? They were
you know the Trade Federation people?
Oh, those.
Them.
Yeah.
Nemoidians.
Oh, okay.
So that's why he said it's a Nemoidian. If that tells you anything.
It's a Nemoidian. It's those people.
Now you understand why this guy sounds like he's so done with it.
Yeah, no, I fully get it now.
So a Nemoidian has shown up with a bunch of Imperial charters and is basically just going off about business interests. And for whatever reason is effectively buying this entire place out from people, but just renting for now.
Yeah. I don't think I'm getting any of those trade contracts from this place, am I?
You still might.
I still might.
Still might. You don't know what this guy's gonna do. He's gonna buy up the manufacturing plants and just fuck off.
Yeah. But yeah, I'll go ahead and exit the ship and I assume someone I'm able to get in contact with someone who's standing around and can direct me to the right place.
Because there are at each of the occupied docks, there's mercenary guards as well.
Yeah. Hey.
Hey. Right here. Let me. Would you happen to be the owner, pilot, or other authority over the ship parked in this bay?
I would be. How can I help you?
I would like to formally invite you to a meeting with Dakunor, owner and proprietor of the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate.
Dakunor, alright. Sure.
Please bring any officials that are required for a business meeting, and I will escort you there.
Alright, bring the weapon of mass destruction you have, aka ARF.
I'll bring Arf along. That's if Fervis is willing to let him join me. Yeah. Alright, give me just a moment. Calm back. Hey. Making sure any of the rest of you want to be in on these negotiations, or
Ron, of course.
Ron, right? Is it safe to assume that Fervis, you actually sent Arf?
Yeah, Fervis will send Arf.
Cool. All right. So Ron and Arf.
All right. Yep. All right. Got who I need with me. Feel free to lead the way or tell me where to go.
All right. The mercenary will go ahead and just walk you there.
All right. Cool.
He'll go ahead and like when outside, he'll go ahead and calm in to the inside of the ship and basically go, "Hey, I got another person here for a meeting. Is Daku Nor available? Yeah, but he's yelling. Okay, just wait. Apparently, he's busy yelling at someone over something.
Arf, aka Armored Regicidal Friend.
Regicidal. Ooh, going after kings.
Yeah, but also the joke about it being regicidal.
Oh.
Regicidal.
Yeah, Regis.
Yeah, I get it.
I get it. Right.
Yeah, and you guys basically like get after a couple minutes you are let into the good.
How hard would it be to get some tea to bring as a peace offering right now? Because if I can bring something as a peace offering and things might, or something like that, things might go even smoother. Just out of character, Tal, how hard would that be to pull off while this Nemoidian is still yelling at people?
Well, he's parked on the other side of the hangar, so you'd have to like sprint back to your ship, try and make tea within like a minute or two, and then sprint back with it.
Never mind then. All right. It was just a random thought. Nah, that's good. And what was this guy's name again?
Daku Nor.
Daku Nor. All right. I may ask you that like five more times.
Yeah, for your note taking, it's Daku for the first name Daku, and the last name is Nor, Nor.
All right. All right. You said Daku?
Yep.
And Nor?
Nor. Yep. Just so that way, people can see it, That's how it's spelled. Daku Nor.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And on the inside, there are a couple of instantly noticeable things. First off, there's the extremely luxurious interior. Legitimately opulent is the only way to, describe it properly. There is a Nemoidian there who is, wearing some of the finest silks available.
Right.
And there are a couple other people on the inside. There is one person that is dressed up as more of an elite standard bodyguard. There is someone typing away on a datapad, just dressed up in some pretty standard business attire.
Okay.
There is a third person who has a very interesting and recognizable setup, because they are wearing Mandalorian armor, and half of one of their faces, on the helmet, is covered in geometric shapes.
Huh.
All right. I'm assuming the Nemoidian that we see there, all indications that he is Dakunor?
Yes.
Dakunor,
Especially considering that.
I presume.
Yeah. Yes. You must be. What May was. You're the captain of the Omen Runner, I see. I have a business proposal for you, my friend. Come on, sit down. I have, what would you prefer to drink? I have the finest drinks that you can imagine.
Just some tea would be fine.
Some tea, and, what about with your, and he's gonna, like, just give a vague motion towards, the rest of you.
Well, there's Ron and the droid.
Yes.
Just some tea is fine as well.
Hey, go get. And he's turning towards the person typing on the data pad. David, go ahead and get some of the nicest stuff. And you know what? This right here, this is a business expense for a meeting. So make sure to go to that lazy accountant and you tell him right away to mark this off as a business expense. Actually, bring him to the meeting. That way, I could have him run all the numbers that are needed. And
if I knew I was meeting with someone so powerful, I would have brought a peace offering. I do apologize for my lack of consideration.
Oh, I'm the one who asked for the meeting. So, as the person hosting and asking for the meeting, it is my responsibility, Dakunor, owner and proprietor of the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate, to provide any and all accommodations.
Oh, thank you very much. It is much appreciated.
Yes, very much appreciated.
All right, and after a little bit, the person who got sent off, you heard their name was Davin.
Davin?
Davin. Davin, like basically it said David at Davin.
Yeah.
He goes off, and it's going to take a couple of minutes, and he is going to come back with with 2 cups of tea, 2 entire canisters that are filled with the tea leaves that are also presented, and it's all put down in front of you. And he came back with a very sharply dressed individual who has almost a lazy smile on their face as he sits down without a word, pulls out a data pad, and looks ready to go.
Okay. So, Daku, how can I help you today?
Ah, yes, the business proposal. Now, you see, I am quite the savvy businessman and a bit of an investor as well. So, I am looking to expand into the Charlissian market. Now, as the name might suggest, I am from Kal'Shebbol, which is a fellow Outer Rim trading planet. Don't know if you've ever been.
I may have heard of it.
Ah, well, things are getting a little bit tough over there. The new Imperial government there is a little bit strict. You know what I mean?
Right. No, I know how the Imperials can be with all their bureaucracy and regulations. You say empire and need say no more. I get you.
I'm glad that you are someone who understands my position. Now, you see, I'm looking to invest into things like local trade, manufacturing, those sorts of things. So, given that you have a ship here, there is a pretty good chance, at least at some point, that you're interested in trading. because, well, there ain't too much to be doing here on Charlissia other than trade.
I do have a good cargo hold on my ship. Can definitely hold a fair amount, yes.
Oh, okay. So you got some stuff, got some space.
As a matter of
What
fact,
sort of products do you prefer?
Really, as long as it's not gonna cause harm or troubles for me and my crew, I'll hold most anything.
So nothing, say, explosive or illegal.
Yeah, nothing explosive, nothing illegal. As I say illegal, I give a slight wink. No.
Oh, you. All right. So here's the thing. If you aren't you don't seem like too much of the picky type. Now, so long as it meets your criteria, do you mind if you don't take a peek on what's inside?
I mean, as long as the pay's good, shouldn't be an issue.
All right. And how much crew you're running? Because I want to make sure that you and yours are looked after if you're gonna be taking on a little bit of my investment here.
As of right now, I have, aside from myself, 6 people on the ship and a little astromech droid.
Ah, yeah, that little guy right there. So you get paid too? I'm not too familiar with them, that astromechs.
This one is under one of my crew.
Ah, subcontractor. Gotcha. Alrighty. So here's my deal for you here. I am going to be giving you a trade investment here. And you can either make whatever sort of deals that you want with whatever local deals or contacts or what have you, and I don't ask questions about it, you just do what you do. But I facilitate it, using my credits as a bit of a loan. And after a little bit, you go ahead and pay me back them credits. Whenever you're done with your run, we'll discuss where you're going to and this and that, and if you're going to be leaving planet or not. And you go ahead and just give me a nice return. All of that I invested, you pay back. And then, like some small amount where, let's say, 3% on top. But that's provided you make the money. No matter what, I want that 3%. Whether it's good for you or not.
And Baku, quick question: Why do I need to go through you?
Well, you don't.
Why would I not just deal directly with the suppliers to take to demand?
Oh, well, here's the thing. I am about to start buying up them suppliers. Gonna be going around and talking with the factory owners and all of that. I actually tonight I have a nice game of Sabacc all lined up.
Okay. So
So
you
I
are the
believe
owner
it
of
is-
said factories I would be getting supply from.
Yeah, that is in fact correct. Now, this, I believe, is a nice little opportunity.
That's all right.
Because I'm about to be buying up all them. And, well, the Kal'Shebbol Conglomerate's got some pretty deep pockets, and I made sure that all that fancy Imperial paperwork was filled out all nice. And I even have some well equipped help, as you might have seen from out there. But there's also let me go ahead and introduce you to some of the people here. Actually, they're my help, but gonna introduce you to some of them anyway. That one right there, this guy, and he's pointing to the more normally dressed, like elite-looking bodyguard. That right there, Jethro Staven. This is my I call him my right hand because I'm right-handed, so it's a stronger one.
Of course,
Of course, yeah. That right there, though, and he's pointing to the person dressed in the Mandalorian armor, who's like just standing off to the side. That right there is someone by the name of Baxter Vone. He cost me a couple of pretty credits. But I can guarantee you he is more than worth it. And if anyone gives you trouble over the kinds of deals that you need to make, you just give me a call, and my friend Vone here will go ahead and have a nice chat with him.
I see. So with this deal, you're offering backup and insurance for said trades that are going to be happening.
Insurance? I'm not offering no insurance. What I'm offering you is the deal that if anyone goes ahead and messes with you, robs you, rips you off, you call me and we will re-extract that value.
If we did take this sort of deal, would that require observation?
Observation? No. I'll just be giving you the credits. And, I already went ahead and wrote down all the information on your ship, all of that. So I won't have any sort of problem contacting you. I already got your ship's comm number, all of that.
Right.
All right.
So I don't need no sort of monitoring. Because, again, if you don't pay up, I'm going to send my nice friend here, Vone here, to go and re-extract that value. So I would recommend that you pay up.
Of course.
Unless you think that you can you can beat someone dressed in that fancy schmancy Mandalorian armor.
The Mandalorians have a reputation, yes.
Oh no, he ain't no Mandalorian. He just got the armor.
Huh.
Oh.
I think he's
really?
Though what were you Mirai Alam? And the person will just give a nod. Mirai Alam, whatever the geometric shape, all that. Green skin.
I understand the Mandalorians do not give up their armor and
no, last I heard he shot.
Easily.
Last I heard the Mandalorian that he got that from kind of insulted him, and so he took out a blaster and proceeded to stun him 527 times in the chest.
That definitely can cause someone heart issues and possibly death.
Oh yeah, but every time that he started fading, Vone here just proceeded to hit him with a stabilizer and then started shooting again. Said he did not, and I quote, appreciate that disrespect.
Of course.
Which is rare because he normally doesn't talk too much when he's on the job.
All right. Anything in particular you're wanting moved, or just anything in general from the local factories?
Oh, well, if you want me to set up the deal, I can go ahead and do that. Of course, at that point, I'm going to ask for a bigger cut because then I'm also setting up the deal.
No. I can set up a deal. I'm just asking if you're having any preferences first as a consideration before I go and set up my own deal.
You know what? That is a good idea. Now, you see, I got a game of Sabak that I got to be going to pretty soon here.
Right.
And I will let you know who that I play with is amenable to my deals. and you can go and buy things from them as a bit of a facilitator.
That sounds
Now,
like a good idea. What do they deal in?
well, I got all sorts of people that are coming to, the slot game
Yeah.
tonight, and I'm not sure
All
which
right.
ones are gonna bite. So I'll go ahead and have either Dave in here or my lovely accountant send you information. You know what? I'm gonna have Dave in here send you who to deal with, and once you make the deal, you go ahead and talk to my accountant Gilland here.
Okay.
Your accountant Gillen, you said?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, does that sound amenable to you?
That does sound very amenable.
To me.
All right. Well, you go ahead and take those drinks with you and the containers too. On me, a little bit of my generosity.
Well, thank you very much, Doctor. This sounds like a very potentially prosperous endeavor.
All right. Well, you know what? Here, go ahead and give me a nice handshake here. A little bit of a customary deal sealing gesture I've heard.
Go ahead and give him a handshake and
Ron
Yeah,
will as well.
And go ahead and let's have a David. Go ahead, give this nice lady and nice man a handshake.
Yeah,
And the secretary looks like slightly like okay, and we'll go ahead and give both of you a handshake, and he's going to point you over to the accountant that has been tapping away on a data pad the entire time too.
Right. Go ahead and give a handshake and the whole song and dance.
Yep, he gives you that same lazy smile as he looks at each of you.
Well, thank you for your time, Daku. I hope you have a good game tonight.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry. I know me around a sabacc table. And even if I don't, I also know how to get a little bit of an edge in those kinds of games. I'm not saying I cheat, mind you. That would be
Right.
very illegal. I'm just saying I happen to know my ways around what tends to happen.
You can read people, right? Yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of reading and a little bit of sometimes the cards just fall in your favor and you know it.
Yeah. I get you.
Oh, before I forget here, I'll go ahead and give you the comm numbers for both my secretary and accountant, and you'll go ahead and call them. They'll be calling you too, but this way you know who's going to be calling you. And
Right.
if you be needing anything, you can go ahead and give them a ring. They're on my pay. They're on my credit. They earning their Desi creds by staying on call.
Of course.
So, day, night, don't matter. Go ahead and give them a call. They'll probably be answering.
Thank you very much, Daku.
And you have received, two comm codes that are written down on a piece of flimsy that are handed to you.
Right. One for Daven, the secretary.
Yep.
And Gillen, the accountant.
Yep.
All right. Quick question.
Yep.
Would are we getting the raw end of a deal here? And if we are, what would I roll to know it?
Appraisal or insight?
I have both. I'm going to go for appraisal. Mine.
Yep.
What expertise?
So I will say that with appraisal, you're trying to appraise the deal that you're being given and seeing if it's good or not. And with insight, you'd be looking into more if he's trying to rip you off.
I unfortunately cannot help. But I'm
so-
gonna have to send that.
So it would be logic with appraisal then. All right. In which case, that is
And Ron can help you with this.
Nope.
No,
Nope.
Ron doesn't have any skill in either.
No teamwork, no skill.
Nor teamwork. This may
Literal
change.
skill issue.
This may change once the night's
great.
over, but at the moment, yes.
3 successes. Is he giving me a good deal here?
He's not giving you a bad deal. This isn't like the best deal. It's literally the equivalent of taking out a lower rate loan than you'd be able to get anywhere else to do deals, but also like this is the equivalent of taking like, you know, a mob backed loan.
Right. Okay.
Great deal so long as you can pay up.
Right.
But also, if that's a person that he has on retainer that is able to, you know, beat the shit out of a Mandalorian who was wearing the armor when he didn't have the armor, you also probably don't want to fuck with him while he has the armor.
Oh yeah, no, definitely. Hearing that it's not a Mandalorian, but someone who took down the Mandalorian that was wearing it, that was a right. We're
There's a reason he is offering this exact one person as the insurance of if anyone fucks with you, you tell me.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Head back and I assume not too long I'm going to get a list of names of preferred people to get product from.
Yep. Although I will ask, because this is kind of important. Is there anything alarming that you might have noticed?
Aside from the guy wearing Mandalorian armor.
Yeah. Something potentially even more dangerous, actually.
So, does Fervis's danger sense happen to go off through Arf at all? Because he's listening?
Yes, but also I will say that room just feels dangerous as all fuck.
Okay, fair enough.
That room just feels like it is danger made manifest. There is something eminently extremely dangerous about that place.
Oh yeah, I bet.
So there's Jeff Verstappen, who's the elite bodyguard there.
Yep.
Steven. There's Baxter Vone, who's not Mandalorian, but Mandalorian defeater.
Yep.
Then there's Davin, the secretary, and Gillian, the accountant. We got tea, entire canisters of tea, even.
Would you like me to give you a hint in
frick.
exchange for a token flip?
Am I missing something obvious?
You are missing something very, very important right now.
Important, but it's obvious.
It was stated. And it was in that list of things you gave me.
The list of people?
Yes.
Why does he have an elite bodyguard standing there a lot, as well as the Mandalorian armor? Before I go agreeing to flip a token, is there a roll I can make to possibly gauge this?
You have all the information here. So, you know what? Insight.
Insight.
Give me an Insight.
Since I seem to not be putting it together, I'm going to go. Do you think instinct would be best used for this, or would you say logic's still a better idea?
If you're not putting it together, instinct.
Yeah.
All right. Is there any other expertises you might recommend instead?
I mean, you're basically just trying to vibe check the situation to get information. So, like,
All right. Instinct, insight, that mind. That's 40-10.
You got it.
That's 3 successes.
you know what? I'm not going to tell you straight out, but what was that accountant's name again?
Gillian. Or Gillen?
Gilland.
Oh, can I say?
Oh,
You know what? Sure.
Oh, Gilland is the
ISB.
It's the ISB agent.
Oh.
Jeez. The ISB agent was right there.
Wait, the ISB agent's the accountant?
Yes.
Huh.
The ISB agent is the accountant. Okay.
You shook hands with the
Yay!
ISB agent.
I shook hands with the ISB agent. Rick, go wash hands right now. Immediately.
What, do you think he's fucking parasitic or something?
Actually,
I don't know. He might have left something on or in my skin. I don't know.
True paranoia sets in.
Okay. But what do I do with this information?
Now that, my friend, is up to you.
I had to
I would
pretend you
suggest
don't
telling
know
your
it.
party, though.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Get back to ship. So, guys.
How did a business opportunity go?
Good news. We have an opportunity to make money, and the deal is not a bad deal per se.
Well, that's
Bad
good.
news. Daku is working with the ISB agent.
That's not so good.
No. Tread lightly.
That's what I suspected. They're clearing out all these ships so that they can figure out who on the planet is doing things.
No, they didn't. Well, they didn't. There was no request to leave.
We weren't requested to leave
Oh.
just yet. Just that we're going to be getting a bit of a sponsorship to make an investment to in making trade. So
yeah,
basically we'll be able to load up and fill our cargo hold with stuff, and
I don't know how much to trust it at this point, though. I am right now wondering if being who that is. I am right now wondering if this is his own hidden game under what Daku's doing.
I think
wouldn't put it past the ISB.
My big concern is when they figure out that smugglers are involved.
Hey.
Which also means that if you agreed to take illegal things, you would have admitted in front of an ISB agent that you were a smuggler.
Yeah, and then we might be
Which
associated.
I did not officially say that I take illegal, that I deal in illegal goods.
Nope.
There
but I'm
was a
just saying,
wink and a
if you did-
nod, but
If you did
but-
agree to that openly, that would have been funny when you realized.
Oh God.
Yeah,
but I didn't.
that
I
would
know
be
better than to openly agree to that.
good.
Not that they were agreeing to it anyway. So
No, he was just an honest, simple.
This is honest business transaction. That's all.
Yeah,
That's
like
all
someone
it
who
was.
coincidentally
Just a
has
simple-
imperial licenses for basically everything.
yeah.
He was just intimidated by their overwhelming opulence and presence, and he didn't want to appear that he was not agreeing with it because they've got his ship locked in. The best thing to do in these situations is act like the normal person you are. That's what I do
Everything's
every day.
fine. Everything's fine. Get a good night's rest, everyone. We'll see. We'll see how things go.
Yep, we're just woefully in over our heads, and we want to get out of the spaceport and away from all of the scary mafia.
We'll be
looking-
fine. I've got everything under control. We'll be fine.
Just tread lightly, Captain.
Yeah, I'm aware. I've been doing trade for a while.
It's just investment. I don't know how much I don't know about the trust, the contacts from our request, being that's coming through the agent, but if that it is likely coming from Daku and not coming directly from him. So
I mean,
So, Tal, who was it that was supposed to be sending me the information on preferred trade?
The information on
people?
preferred trade is Davin. The full name is Davin Marr.
Oh, the secretary. Okay.
David,
I thought it was
the secretary is sending that.
Okay.
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 And then you talk to the good accountant in order to get the actual credits transferred.
Okay.
Which means you have to tell the accountant what place to transfer it to.
Oh.
That's fine. Everything's going to be above board.
Yep.
honestly, they did seem scary to try and go into anything out of besides above board from the sound of things, so that makes sense.
To be fair, at this point, you probably should go with the deal anyway, because how suspicious would it be if you agree to it, leave, and then just randomly back out?
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah. Well,
we're in this game. We'll play it to the end, and we'll come out on top. We'll be fine.
Yeah.
So you did agree. Oh, okay. Well, then you can't change your mind.
Well, we agreed to take the investment offer. We haven't agreed to any plan yet.
Yeah, we don't know exactly what we're transferring just yet. Don't necessarily know exactly where, though. That is something we can figure out with the factories themselves.
Yes.
Yes. Because we
And
our documents also said that we weren't here for very long, so this actually could work well for us because the ship just came here, and I mean us picking up sort of tasks like this could work.
So where so how far is the nearest port to where we want to be?
The next place you want to be is in the middle of fucking nowhere.
Right. Okay.
Which is why he was talking about being able. It's like mostly flat, non-tree land non-forested land that you could just land on.
Right.
Yeah. But like the next closest port, so we can, when we get goods to move, we can plan around getting goods for over there, and make a trip, then drop off goods and head back out to to do a little bit more vacation time or tourism time, because we are here for both trade and tourism.
Right.
Yep. So in that case, the next place that you'd be going is a couple days flight away. And when I say like a couple days, that's just like, assuming that you're going to do things like, be stopping along the way to visit temples.
Okay.
If it's a direct flight, it'd be like 2 days, maybe. It's a pretty
2
big
days
planet,
or
and
a couple
you're going to a pretty far away the place next.
Okay.
Because there's
so
three main trade cities, and they're kind of like interspersed all across the planet.
Right. Okay. So stopping for visiting a temple would not put us so far off time and course to cause suspicion.
Yeah. It'd just be like,
okay.
You could say, oh, hey, we took a day to like sightsee.
Yeah.
But this is also assuming that everything goes right and none of you need like actual emergency medical attention or something.
Yeah.
This is assuming that things go right.
Which, by the way, we're taking a rest tonight. We've had a busy couple of days. And want to get back some vigor, willpower, and some health in some of our cases.
Yep. And some of you still need medical attention for wounded conditions.
Yep.
Yes.
Krill still needs medical attention.
That is something that you cannot just sleep off.
A wounded condition?
And Bartleby
actual
also
medical attention
needs
for that.
medical attention as well.
All right. I mean,
This is why having things like a doctor is very recommended, or at least like, a metadroid.
yeah. Well, Barnaby was doing
The
that.
ship's backwards.
But he couldn't be here, so
It also is good to have
Yeah.
redundancies. Whatever happens if something happens to the doctor.
Yeah. Which is why I specifically recommend that sometimes people double up on skills, because at the worst, you can assist the other person.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah.
But we are basically out of time, so we're going to have to end it here.
Okay. Can I
Okay.
make my repair roll at this point then?
You may, because you're going to be taking the rest.
Okay.
Yay, and now
True
Fervis can teleport much farther
we'll just
away.
go ahead and soul the. We're gonna soul the one, just see if we can just get.
Soul
Actually,
that
no.
one.
Actually, never mind. That's full repair because it's tier 1 armor. So never mind.
Don't need to do that. Let's go. But I enjoyed your guys' reaction when you realized what that accountant's first name was. Because you even said it multiple times, like, okay, the accountant, his name is Gilland,
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, G. Herschel.
G. Herschel. Gilland Herschel.
Gillen Herschel.
Good thing I eavesdropped.
Yeah, because otherwise you wouldn't have known. There's also a reason why, he did it with the other person, but there's also a reason why Gilland was only introduced as Gilland and not Gilland Herschel.
Right.
All right.
Yeah.
What's up?
I said we're deciding what we're doing before our rest, or are we ending now?
We're gonna be ending now because we're
Ending
basically out of
now.
time.
This was just.
If you want to
Yeah.
decide things that you're doing during your
Yeah.
rest, if it's not anything like super important, you can just like write it in the chat, like
Okay.
in the Discord channel.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
But for now, thank you everybody for joining us so far on the stream today. That was Piercing the Veil Scar. Check out our website, zgfgaming.com. We've got links for our Discord, Telegram, Mastodon, Blue Sky, Patreon, and more. There on the website, as well as down in the description below through our link tree. Thank you to my patrons, tippers, and subscribers. It is your support that keeps this channel alive and going. I cannot do this without your guys' help and your support, so thank you. consider becoming a patron over at patreon.com/ZGFgaming. It's one of the best ways to support the channel, though you can also do so by sharing the stream around, grabbing packs of cards to stream loot, tipping to the channel directly, or grabbing some merch over at zgfgaming.store. But for now, thank you so much for joining, and I bid you all the most fondest adieu.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
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 Take care.